Well, I think it's equipment, and I don't know if it would ever. Oh, but you might not see freezer.
Yeah, true. That,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if we're the ones here, we might have to move together. I saw Alex. He's here.
Alex is here, yeah.
Alex tries really hard. You know, and it was so discourteous for the other applicant who had to sit through 6 hours on the drive back to the East Bay.
Hello.
Oh, good.
How are you?
We're calling already. Excellent.
How are you, Heather? That's the question. Still sitting as the case may be. All right.
Still functioning.
Hi, Duho. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Alex.
Still there.
Really?
You would think
Someone would notice it.
that they were missing the scope.
How are you?
Well, we know what everybody needs to do now. I know that one.
I think I screwed up a couple things last time. Trying to.
Did you see Renee? She told you last Thursday, I met every Thursday on planning commission night, her husband is at, actually don't cook. Dinner at the farmer's market.
I didn't see her, but I only went to.
There's Ronita. I didn't tell her.
Hi. So we renovated this place, right? What's that? We renovated this place?
I think it was just
I feel like this chair is good.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Get a little bit higher.
How do I go higher? Let's see.
The other side.
That's as high as it goes.
Cat.
order planning commission meeting for Thursday, August 1st. Let's see, got 6 out of 7 commissioners here. Still 6 out of 7. Jonas, we'll start with the study session.
Comments on what's not on the
Sorry,
agenda?
public comments not on the agenda. And I don't have any speaker cards.
Turn your mic on.
Sorry. Are there any public comments for items not on the agenda? All right, so that will close that and move to the study session. And a staff report.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. The item before you is 376 First Street, which is a design review study session for a new multifamily development at 376 First Street. The proposed project includes 15 condominium units in a 4-story building with a common roof deck at the 4th level and 1 underground parking level with a mechanical lift system that provides 22 spaces. I'll just give a brief overview of the location of the project and some basics regarding the project, and then the applicant is here with their architect, who will be diving a lot further into the architectural details. So I'll leave that to the architect to describe to you. So again, like previous study sessions, the commission should be providing early input to the applicant and the staff on this project. And since this is a preliminary review, the commission should really focus on the architectural and site design aspects of the project to really drive the direction of the design. So I presented this slide to you at the last meeting, but just for a quick reference for those who were not in attendance and for maybe somebody watching at home, this slide shows all of the projects along First Street that are either proposed or approved. So there's 2 projects, 385 through 389 First Street and 425 First Street, which are approved projects. The project at 444 through 450 has come before you in a study session. They did go to the Complete Streets Commission, and they will be coming back to you for a design review in the next coming months, probably. And then in the last session, the project at 440 First Street had a pre-application study session, which you provided feedback to the applicant. So this project is the 376 First Street. It is located on the southwest side of First Street between Lyle Street and south of Whitney Street and north of Lyle. So the existing site is 0.2 acres in size, and it includes a single-story restaurant, which is approximately 3,500 square feet in area, and it consists of 10 surface parking spaces. To the north or right of the subject property is a surface parking lot, a commercial building, and the Draeger's Market. And to the south or left side of the building is it's another building comprised of a 1-story structure in the front and a 2-story structure to the rear, which has administrative offices. Directly across the street along First Street are 1- and 2-story structures with a variety of uses, which include personal service, administrative and professional offices, and other types of commercial uses. And then again, further south, we have a number of residential projects which are either proposed or approved at this point. The proposed project will demolish the existing building and construct the 4-story building. It does include 15 condominium units, a common roof deck at the 4th level, and the 1 level of underground parking. The building, as proposed, has a contemporary appearance and proposes to use exterior materials, which is similar to other proposed or approved projects in the area, which have exterior materials such as stucco, wood, and stone veneer. Staff has provided some initial feedback to the applicant regarding the proposed project and the conceptual plans. However, we have not done a comprehensive review, including the project's compliance with all the zoning code development standards and other design review requirements. Since this is a preliminary review, again, the commission should really be focusing on the architectural and design aspects of the project and provide feedback. Staff is interested in how the commission thinks that this project, sort of the unique orientation and layout of the building, and how you think this project will integrate with the surrounding properties and future development of properties in the immediate abutting parcels. Please be aware that there were 2 late correspondences to the agenda report. One was from the applicant, which is just a general project description, and then the other one was public correspondence, which was commenting on the proposed project. And those were emailed to you as well as at the dais before you. Again, I provided this at the last meeting, but or the last study session, but this kind of kicks off the design review for our multifamily and commercial projects with a study session. Once they come back with a complete application, it'll go to the Complete Streets Commission and then come before you again for recommendation to the City Council, who will ultimately approve the project. And then another shameless plug for our new development website. All of the information that we're providing to you and all the staff reports, we're trying to link through this website. So if you're interested in other downtown projects or this specific one, you can find them on our new development website. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant and architect, who will dive more into the design details.
Just one point of clarification for the chair. Do you want to provide 10 minutes to the applicant to do their presentation?
One sec.
Good
And then if you
evening.
could just reflect that all the commissioners are here.
Okay, I'm just waiting for it to load here. Okay. So my name's Brett Bailey. I'm with Dawn Group Architecture Planning, and my client is Jean Umlu, who's here in the audience. Asked me if I would come up and introduce the project. So has some precedence for this project. As many of you know, we were the architect for the Los Altos Gardens project on San Antonio Road. For De Anza Properties, we're very proud of this project, and we believe that it has a great contribution to the community in the variety of materials that we've applied on this project: stone, siding, smooth trowel plaster, and steel detailing. We're looking to do something similar to this on this project. We're also the architect on 101st Street up the road from this project. Here's an aerial drone shot that we took for our project on 101st Street. And then you can see these arrows are pointing to the location of Jean's project at 376 First, further up the road here. As most projects at this density, one of the things that drives the project is how do you handle parking and how do you handle trash. So one of the things that we looked at first was how we're going to park this project. We've got a Klaus puzzle lift system, which will park 20 cars on a 3-level puzzle lift system. Klaus is the only manufacturer on the market that makes a puzzle lift platform that meets Los Altos standards of 9 feet by 18 feet. So we're employing that system on this project. We have a very gentle sloped ramp into the garage so that low slung vehicles will not bottom out when they come in. And we have 2 accessible parking stalls in the basement. Trash will also be located in the basement with three chutes, and the chutes will be taken up by forklift to the street and parked at the curb, the way they are currently serving on First Street. This is an example of the puzzle lifts, and I know that you've reviewed these with several previous projects. I'm not going to go too far into this. This is an animation, but I think you guys all know how that works now. We can go into that further if we need to. So one of the things that Jean wanted to accomplish with this project was to provide more one-bedroom units, which, talking with staff, a lot of the projects are larger units, and certainly the projects that we've done in Los Altos have been more 2s and 3 bedrooms. This project will provide 8 one-bedroom units, which we think will be very beneficial to the community, and 7 2-bedrooms, 3 of which will be below market rate, 1s and 2s below market rate. As Steve mentioned, one of the things that we originally started looking at was how do we create a sense of entry, and Steve was commenting that in some of our earlier iterations we did not have a kind of a front door look towards First Street. What we've tried to do here, if you can see in the bottom right corner of the plan, we've tried to create kind of an entry plaza to kind of pull people in, because as you can see, the entry is in the middle of the south elevation and it does not face First Street. But what we're trying to do here is create a kind of an entry sequence at First Street. This area, for some reason on the screen it looks green, but this is actually a fountain area. And then we've got a, we'll get to the elevation here shortly, but there's a bike parking area out in front here, right in front of this person's patio with a private screen around it. And I'll get to that when we get to the elevation. This is the 2nd through the 4th floor. I'm showing the 2nd floor here, but this repeats on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, 2 bedrooms and 2 one-bedroom units. And then, as Steve mentioned, there's a roof terrace, which we've, along with the client, really wanted to capitalize on, as we did on our 101st Street, or on our 101st Street project. So here are some of the unit plans. Again, we have 3 different unit types for the 1s, and then 2 unit types for the 2-bedroom units. This is the north elevation. We looked at kind of precedents, the precedents that we looked at for the architecture. Besides the one I mentioned, we're very fond of the Packard building on 2nd Street. We really like the materiality of that project. We've been watching as other projects are developing along First Street. We're proposing standing seam metal roofs on these on the gabled roofs, as well as natural cedar siding, smooth tile plaster, and then stone veneer on the base. So this is the front elevation. Here you can kind of see this corner that we're trying to create, this entry plaza off of First Street to kind of draw you in down the side yard to the front entry. The ramp on the right. And then this is the south elevation with the main entry in the center. And then this is the north, or the west elevation, which faces the expressway. This is a little bit of a work in progress. We've talked a lot about how we want to do a little bit more with the center of this elevation. A couple of the ideas we've had, and I'd like to hear your comments as well, is we've talked about doing a green wall up through the middle there and tie that into the landscape at the base. That's one idea. I'm just showing you this. This was one of our earlier iterations. We were trying to have some fun with the massing on the front and alternating the balconies on First Street. We got some mixed reviews on this. We had another one that I won't show here, but we actually put a gable on the smooth plaster on the left on that bay to kind of create this juxtaposition of the wood and then the smooth trowel plaster on the left, if you can follow me. I was quite fond of that. I just wasn't sure Los Altos was going to receive that too well. So we tried to stay a little more conservative. And this is kind of where we ended up. Here's just a cross-section, north-south cross-section through the project. We'll have 14 feet clear in the basement to accommodate the dual puzzle lift. And another section showing the ramp coming down. And again, I'm just showing you these images. It's kind of the idea for the form that we were trying to create with these contemporary gable forms. Tight eaves, wood siding, and then kind of that dual gable for the east and west elevation. And then on the right, showing the rich stained wood quality that we want to achieve on the siding, which is kind of the prominent element on our elevations. And then these are some images of the roof terrace at 101st Street that we're really thrilled about. So residents really like this, and we'd like to do something similar on this project. And on the right is it's kind of a metal entry. This is kind of what we were thinking about for the entry, something that's laser cut, something that has a laser cut of the address. Maybe not quite that urban, but something that will call attention to the entry. And then here is just another shot of the First Street elevation and some of the materiality that we're proposing. So I'm finished with this. I'm here to answer any questions you might have and hear your feedback.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. In looking at the planner's report, it says that the front setback, while required to be 10 feet, is proposed at 8.66, and I'm wondering why that is such a small discrepancy.
Well, we were trying to maximize the footprint and maximize the unit size. So we are cantilevering those front two bays. At grade, we're at the setback.
Okay.
The wood bay is cantilever 18 inches. We're actually thinking the on-menu allows for a 20% increase, so we may extend that out another 6 inches. To get another 6 inches would be nice to do that. We haven't gone that far yet,
But street level, it's...
street level, it's at the setback.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And then the rear setbacks is at the setback. I could comment on did you comment on the height, Steve? I could comment on that too. I guess I could go into that a little bit. So top of roof is 46 feet, which is 11 feet, which is the on-menu height maximum. That doesn't include, as Steve mentioned in his report, the gables. So we're considering the gables as an architectural element, and we're hoping that that would fall under the 12-foot maximum, which it clearly does, but we wanted to include that as part of as an architectural element, not actually a roof element, because the main roof is actually the flat roof, if that makes sense.
I have a question. Did you at all consider or look at reorienting the stair facing First, I think that's facing First Street?
The one on the south side, you mean?
The one on the south side. Yeah, so that so it went into the building as opposed to along First? Am I looking at this right?
No, this is first
This
here.
is. Okay.
Kind of the orientation of that stair really, kind of, if you look,
Got it.
if I take you back downstairs.
But then the ramp. I'm confused.
If I'm understanding your question.
A4 will do it.
So
So if we go to A4, the ground level plan,
yeah,
where is First Street?
to the right,
To the right.
yes.
But then if you look at and so on the rendering that's on the cover page, where is First Street here?
So you're looking at the southeast corner. So First Street is along the planter wall. Planter wall.
So that
runs
ramp is
parallel-
coming off of First.
First Street, right? Has to. Oops. Okay. So that planter is 10 feet deep, 10 feet in depth from the back of the sidewalk to the face of the building. So it'll be a nice deep planter, and
Got
then.
it. So essentially the entrance is between First and Foothill.
It's on the side, yes.
It's on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where those three archways are, if you're looking at the perspective view, you walk underneath those three archways to get to the main entrance on the south elevation.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Quick question regarding the garage. Is that just an open entryway into the ramp, or do you intend to have some type of closing mechanism or garage door?
That kind of depends on how we're going to handle the parking. I think, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that. We're providing 22 parking spaces, no guest parking. So if it's all residents are parking here, we'd probably put a gate at the top of the ramp. It's the coiling gate.
And then it's 46 feet to the top of basically the stucco section?
Top of the
yellowish, white.
top of the flat roof, so. I don't know what I did. Top of the flat roof deck.
And then on the rooftop, you have a parapet
There's a parapet.
on top
that-
of the 46?
Yeah, depending on which elevation you're looking at, it varies between 2 feet for the low parapets, and then we've got an actual guardrail on the expressway side.
But if I'm looking at A8, you got the elevator coming up. You come out, there's a door to access the panels and condensers,
Right.
right? So that door is 8-foot,
7-foot door, probably.
7-foot door?
Yeah.
And that whole wall then is 7 feet? That goes all the way, separating the
No.
occupied terrace from the rooftop area?
So you're asking me the height of the stair wall? Or the height of the wall
height-
around that door going into the, so we made
Yeah,
the.
that whole wall that basically between the elevator and the stair to,
Yeah, the best place to see that will be the south elevation on A15. So where the break is in the roof, the main roof line between the stair and the gable bay next to it, you can see beyond that door that you're referring to.
So the separation, whoops, the separation from the public using area as opposed to the utility area is a wall, and that wall is at least 8 feet tall because it's part of the stair extension.
Yeah, it's
that
about,
continues along.
it's about
So
10 feet tall.
someone walked out of the elevator and went to the public area to hang out on the deck, they would have a wall that would keep them from realizing that on the other side of it are all the condensers and the
Correct,
machinery.
that's right.
Alex, I have a question for him.
go ahead.
So I was curious, I had a note to myself to ask whether that was real wood or composition wood, because one of the things we're looking for is longevity and minimized maintenance.
Right.
How comfortable are you using a natural cedar for that?
Typically, if this was an apartment project, I wouldn't be comfortable with natural wood. But a condo project, where there's typically an HOA and that's part of the maintenance agreement, I think it's a good option. I do like there's a lot of new products out there. Parklex makes a really nice composite wood appearing product that we might consider down the road. But for right now, we're proposing the natural
Okay.
stained cedar.
And then my other question is, in a lot of the, these windows in the renderings that we have here do not appear to have applied trim, which was different than what you had shown as examples. I'm wondering if this is an artifact of the program, or if this is the style you're looking for, a slight recess of the window.
You're referring to the wood base in particular, or all?
I was thinking, actually on the stucco base, I was more concerned.
Yeah, so on the stucco bays, what we did on the gardens was when you're framing the window into a thicker wall, you do get a slight recess, about 2 inches on the plaster. And, I'm in the wrong file now. I thought it was in my presentation. A 2-inch from the face of the glazing to the face of the stucco is about 2 inches. So there is a slight recess, but we are showing a sill that's proud of the stucco wall, just to give a little bit of an architectural detail at the base of the window.
Okay.
We looked at doing some awnings as well. We also looked at doing just a surround that pops. And if you look in one of my earlier elevations, we were showing that. Is this mine? Okay. Can you go to can I move this? In this earlier study, we had in the plaster walls, if you can see these windows in the center, they had a frame that protruded past the face of the plaster. We all as we studied it, we felt a little bit better about just doing the simple sill. I thought that was a better detail. But
And the material of the sill?
on this, it would have been wood.
And on the one where it's
The one we're
only the
doing
sill?
now, it's plaster.
Okay. I'm done.
I have one. Speaking of the stucco, in some of the drawings, it appears that you've got scores or some sort of breaks. Can you describe what you're doing with the stucco?
Those are simply plaster control joints. And they're just this, a break in the plaster. They adds a little bit of interest, but they're very minimal. But they're carefully placed. We're not trying to overdo them.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. I just noticed the parking requirement says 30 spaces. So are they excuse me, are they okay with the 22 with the puzzle lift, or would it be a waiver?
So that would be an incentive for parking, and it would be one space per one bedroom and 2 spaces for the 2-bedroom units.
Oh, okay. All right, got it.
Any more questions? Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll open it up for public comment. Open it up for public comment. I've got 3 speaker cards. Item number 1. 4. So 3 minutes each, and we'll start with John Bear.
So the question staff asked was, what's the feedback on the architecture, and how does it fit with the community? It's very modern architecture. It strikes me as fitting better on El Camino than it does in downtown. We have a hodgepodge of new construction, relatively small width, with very little landscape to hide the buildings, and I think we are creating an interesting architectural canvas along that part of First Street, which is not necessarily good. I would like to address, however, something that is relevant, and that is parking. And it's unclear from the answer whether the 22 was based on BMR units or was an actual waiver. The reality is we have a parking problem. We have a parking problem in downtown. We don't have enough visitor parking. We don't have enough parking for the people who park in the buildings, and we are exacerbating this. And this is starting to get old. And where are the cars going to park? I mean, it's a simple question as that. All right, I believe the story that we're going to have Uber. All right, if you believe Uber, then let's believe in Uber Eats, and we'll get rid of kitchens and bathrooms because we don't need them in the New World Order, and that way we can reduce the cost of construction. We can't ignore the elephant in the room. I would encourage Planning Commission and staff to ask for a survey of the buildings that have been built to understand what the actual parking requirement is in all these buildings. No, we can't avoid the BMR reduction in parking, but we really do need to understand whether these buildings actually park themselves, and if not, how parking is going to get addressed, because there are already cars who park on Lyell and Whitney Street, and if those cars who are already parked there for businesses that don't supply parking, if they get displaced by all the residents who don't have places to park in their building, then those all-day parkers are going to move into the residential streets. And as somebody who lives in the residential streets, I'm really not happy about subsidizing the cost of parking for developers, unless the developers want to subsidize the cost of some improvements to my house, which I would welcome, but that's not how it really works. So, it's nothing personal against the developer, but we're really starting to have a significant problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Frattini. And then Phil Underwood will be next.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity to address you. I'm Paul Frattini, Frattini. I live at 396 First Street. I'm representing the HOA. I am their president there. As we heard at the last meeting, HOAs have somewhat of an obligation to bring our membership's concerns to your attention. First of all, just like to say we're losing a tremendous restaurant in Bella Vita. And it seems a shame that there is no way to put any kind of restaurant back in here somewhere. It would be nice to have a shared dual-use space. And I thought there was actually some code to that effect, is what I heard last time. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a PhD engineer. But just bring that to your attention. As a comment from the residents, we generally don't like four stories. We would prefer 3.5 with gabling. We certainly don't like the fourth floor party deck. Now there's a series of them that surround our building, one next to us, one to the north of us in this construction, and one to the direct east of us, I believe. You heard last time from members of Old Los Altos, which is the University Avenue side of Foothill, saying they also don't like party decks and floor-to-ceiling windows and lights and noise going up along this street. My colleague, Phil Underwood, my neighbor, will speak to some of the parking issues to back up what you just heard. In addition, I just wanted to say, when we look at what is the south side, which is the view we see, 396 First Street is actually two buildings. We have a bit of a atrium in between with open air between the two buildings. There are breezeways which serve for access to the units with an open air north to south on both the second and the third floor. We can see directly at what looks a bit ugly to us on the south side. In addition, I couldn't tell, but it looked like the First Street view had no gardening, and perhaps that's my mistake. I think in one of the parts of the presentation there was some gardening there. Other parts of the presentation I couldn't see it. But certainly in looking from the south, we're not impressed. It doesn't look anything like our building, like the building next to us, and we're kind of wondering whether, in accord with the last speaker, there might be an opportunity to suggest some kind of flow as you walk along the street, and certainly as we look north to south from our breezeways. Thank you very much.
Paul, a couple questions. I heard some information about the building you're in today. It's like anecdotally, and I'm just curious if you could shed some more light. The parking that you have in your building is during the day. Is it fully occupied or is it pretty empty?
The underground parking?
The underground parking for your residents?
During the day, okay, we have a total of 40 spaces. It's all on a single floor. During the day, typically around lunchtime, I would count. Now, there's a couple of teachers, so in the summer there's a couple more cars there than usual. But right now, I would count 8 cars.
8 cars
out
during
of
the
the
day in
40
your
during
parking
the day.
lot?
Yes.
So if guests came, there would be plenty of space during
Well,
the day?
we do have a gate we put up because we found that the gate that was supplied to us, a roller gate, actually fell down, almost killed a kid because of the failure to realize that those kinds of gates are not constructed for the high frequency up, down, up, down, up, down. And we have now a tilt gate, which is one solid piece, much like some of the other units on 2nd Street, I believe it is. Anyway, without the gate, when we were open because of the construction of the new gate, we found that we had vandalism occurring in the garage. So I would definitely suggest to discourage that, as well as to discourage street boarders, whatever you call them, using the ramps to do all of their jumps and hops and practice. Some kind of a gate that seals is
So
probably
my
appropriate.
question going back to the parking is if you're in your apartment during the day and you invite a guest over, you could give them access to your underground parking.
Yeah,
There'd be
I've
plenty of
noticed that the
space.
cleaning people, for example, that come in at selected units, use that person's spot.
And do, for the most part, the residents in your building, the people in one bedroom have one car, people in two bedrooms have two cars? Or is
No.
it less or more?
In fact, that's, I think, what Phil was going to address. It's more. In fact, one of the bedrooms, has 3 cars. So they are parking 2 on the street and doing the dance between the 2-hour limit spots from Lyle Street to First Street to Whitney and back and forth.
Anyone else have that experience besides the one?
Out of 4 one-bedroom, 1 has 3, 2 have 2, only 1 has 1. You're going to have exactly the same here, you're going to have exactly the same in the other one bed.
And they have only 1 space assigned.
1 with 1.
Okay,
There's
thanks.
only 1 space assigned. Oh, I think I had a little bit more time. I did want to mention one thing that I keep hearing. Everybody likes the HP building. You can't see the HP building from this area first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Underwood. And then last I have Eric Steinley. If there's anyone else, please bring up a speaker card.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for asking the question on the parking, because you took that off. But seriously, the parking is going to be a serious issue. It already is, and if you're not allowing at least 2 spaces, whether it's 1 bed or 2 bed, it's going to increase. And I'm not sure how many of you guys live on First Street. For the residents, it's going to be a serious problem. I'm also concerned you didn't touch on the cycle shed. That seems to be putting something out on the street, which should be covered in the parking underneath. And so that's a concern because it seems to be blocking the street, if I have understood the designs correctly, and is something I'd ask you guys to consider. That should be underneath, in with the parking. It shouldn't be out on the public street. I agree with the previous gentleman. The look and feel of the property to the other properties on the street, the actual laser cut design, looks crazy to me from being a resident, and so I think there should be some consistency to the look and feel of the properties on First Street. Paul touched on airflow from how this is blocking. You're taking it to 4 floors, so you're taking it higher. We're concerned about the airflow to 396. I'm not sure if you're able to enforce this. I apologize if I'm showing my ignorance. But with the CCRs, I would hope there's some limitation both on using the deck beyond, say, 10 p.m. because there are concerns on noise. The other thing is we've seen on some things, hopefully there's something, with 1 bed, you've got a number of people doing investment businesses. They're not for residents. They're not for, can you block that they're not used for subletting, for anything, for other than year. You don't want them used for, just people renting out for a few days and making money type thing. So would ask that that's looked at from what's being considered here. But to go back quickly, parking is a serious issue. I believe that you're not adequately considering, and I don't believe anybody on this panel lives on First Street and will be suffering what the residents will if you don't address that. The other thing, the gentleman showed quite a nice property with some nice setback and landscaping for, I think it was Los Altos Gardens, if I remember. You don't have that same level of landscaping and setback and greenery. I'd ask that be considered as well in the design. Because again, you've got residents, you've got people walking up and down that street. We're downtown, you don't want just straight up to minimum and concrete and brick. So that should be considered. So understand this is going to happen, and I'm certainly not trying to stop it, but I think there are certainly some considerations that are needed and some improvements. But the parking, the bike shed guys, with what's being proposed, and again, apologies, Jan, but that shouldn't go ahead as is. There's opportunities significant for improvement in the design that you guys have. Okay? I've got 20 seconds, 24 if you're going to...
Could you state your name for the record? Since we're taping this.
You're telling me my handwriting is that bad. It's Phil Underwood.
Thank you.
Okay? Anything? Okay, thanks.
there's much to like in this design. The rooftop deck is not one of those, I'm sorry, not one of those things. Again, I'm standing up to represent homeowners associations everywhere. From a homeowners association's perspective, the rooftop deck is a disaster. It's a request for liability. It is after the thing is built and the homeowners association has taken control, there is the SB 800 process, and I guarantee there will be a ton of litigation over any rooftop deck based on that. That is something that the homeowners association cannot avoid doing. Basically, the law requires that they do this, and it's going to cost the developer money later on to do something about that. That's number one. Number two, if you take the rooftop deck off, you have a lower profile because you don't need to have the two towers sticking up. And I will say, as a regular attendee of the city council meetings, that's something the city council is paying attention to increasingly in looking at these designs. So a friendly word of advice to the developer, get rid of the rooftop deck and you'll have a much easier time getting this design through. That's a practical matter. But I think in addition to that, it is a bad idea to have any rooftop deck on anything above 10 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with no more speaker cards. We'll close public comments. Move on to discussion. Maybe starting on this side so we don't put our newest member under fire.
Okay, so as far as the height, I'll just start with that first. So we've looked at several projects in the area, 389 First Street, 425 First Street, 450 First Street, and 440. And so all four of those were 50 feet or under. And 450 and 440 were 4 stories, but they were stepped back. And the rooftop garden was incorporated into the 4th story. So the reason I say this is because I don't see a justification why 376, this project, would be the one project that we would allow that additional height. I don't think 61 feet is going to work. I think that, these 4 projects that I mentioned, I think we've tried to create some type of consistency, and height, I think, is one of the few areas where we really have to be consistent. So for that reason, I wouldn't be in favor of the full 4 stories with the rooftop and the tower on top. As far as the design, I think there's some flaws, but definitely opportunities. I'll start off the front entrance. I think not being on First Street, I think, hurts the design. I think from a design standpoint, from a practical standpoint, I would seriously look at looking at that again, because it doesn't seem like there's a reason why you put it on the side. The stair tower that you have, I think the dark gray kind of element really stands out, and I think brings down the design in terms of making it feel very heavy. I would look at how to make that more dynamic, materiality, larger windows for the entrance and the tower overall. We've looked at projects where the tower is a really important element to the project. So I would make that more of a focal point. I think the project would really benefit from window treatments, awnings and trellises. I think that there's large sections that need more articulations. You can see on the one that's on the screen right now, the element that's like in between the gable elements, I think, would benefit from that. The gable elements, I think, would really benefit from extruding out more, possibly having a higher pitch. I think that the roof element stops so short and doesn't really allow for an overhang or any type of element underneath. That would really, I think, make the project stand out. So I would look at that. And then this was a minor thing. So the balcony on the unit, I think it's actually on the screen. The balcony on the unit facing south. That balcony at the 4th floor, there's no awning or roof element above it. It's just kind of attached. I would look at that as an opportunity to maybe bring some type of feature above it. And then finally, just to be consistent, I think the elevation facing Foothill Expressway needs to be looked at. You know, we've talked about it in the past in terms of, you know, landscaping, shorter window openings, that sort of thing. And then parking, I do think is a concern. I don't think one spot for every one unit is going to be enough. But because the fourth floor might have a reduction of units, that might help out the parking total. So I'll leave that for the next iteration. And that's it.
So I think there's a lot of good things about this project. I think the architect has seriously considered some of the precedents that are out there in our town, and has selected a material palette that I think has a lot of promise. I personally am excited about the use of real wood, if that could be, if that's a possibility. I think it'll add an added dimension to the project. The stone, I think, is certainly something that we are all comfortable with in this town, and it seems to be prevalent among the new projects that are coming online. I, however, do think that there's a huge lost opportunity here, not having an entry on First Street. I think you've articulated an entryway or a portal of sorts, but I think there is a possibility to have a much more welcoming entry facing onto First Street. That's something that I would urge you to really consider. I think the issue with the garage is a serious one. There's going to be a lot of traffic moving in and out. There's going to be a lot of pedestrians walking down First Street. And I think that garage, how that's detailed and handled in terms of proper garage door mechanisms, et cetera, is going to be really important. I think leaving it open is, for me, would be a non-starter. I think you have a very dangerous slope immediately after you pass the threshold. So some type of gate or mechanism, I think, is really critical. The other thing is, the precedent images that you showed of the Gable projects are interesting architecturally, and I think that there's something very sort of primal about the form that speaks to residential architecture. However, I think the precedent images that you showed are successful because I think they really make there's a real architectural concept behind those particular projects, whether they're sort of repeated or they're really played up as a sculptural element. Here, I think they feel a little bit more. I think they feel kind of gratuitous. They don't feel quite integrated into the overall design. And I think some of the earlier thoughts that you were studying didn't have them, right? So I think it's something that you're playing around with now, but I question whether or not it's really successful. For me, in some ways, it just adds to the overall height and verticality of the project. And I wonder if it's really necessary. If it's something that you still want to pursue, I would urge you to make it more of a kind of central idea behind this composition, rather than what feels to me like a kind of a gesture, which isn't quite knitted into the overall project. I echo my fellow commissioner here in terms of the use of the colors for the stucco. I think that, again, there's time to sort of work with that. But I think some of the grays, the bolder grays and the darker grays, won't be as successful as a lighter palette. In terms of the overall height, yes, I do think it is. again, there's so many elements here accentuating the verticality of this project. I think that could be a real issue, especially the elevator tower. Perhaps there's a way to kind of mitigate that by looking at different types of elevator technologies out there. But it seems to me it's the excess of, 61 feet seems a little too much for this certainly for this situation that we're in. In terms of articulation of the detailing, I think, again, it comes down to the detailing, how these windows are detailed, how they're articulated. And I think, judging by some of your previous projects, I think you have the right sensitivity, and I would feel like that could be handled well. But I think it really comes down to how you put all these materials together. And some of the very specific detailings around that could help make it or break it. Okay.
I like a lot about this building. I appreciate that you keep doing projects in Los Altos, because I think the ones that you've done so far, the Los Altos Gardens and 101st Street, are consistently, when we do our good, the bad, and the ugly sort of reviews, are among our favorite. And what I like about them is the combination of colors and the quality of material, generous landscaping, and sort of elegant metalwork. And I think that this has a lot of that, but not all of it. So some of the things that I like, and also talk about the orientation. I did feel like the orientation, when I was looking at I was looking at it wrong, feeling like the side should be the front. But I'm sort of on the fence on it, because the elevator bank is there. I feel like it is recessed like 50 feet from the setback. It hides it, it camouflages it. So to the extent we turn that to face First Street, that's going to be even more prominent in your face. So, I do, and then, so my other solution is, well, something has to happen with that garage, because right now it does feel sort of cavernous. I think it isn't as safe or secure. So it's not safe for pedestrians and children that are going to be walking by unless it's gated. And I also don't think it's as secure. We've heard this now a few times from other projects, that they have thefts from their cars when the garages are open. So I would encourage putting a gate, and then I would make that a decorative part of the architecture, so that it is part of what the pedestrians experience on First Street, if you elect to keep it there. I agree that the laser cut, I personally really like that look. It does feel more urban than our town is comfortable with. So I think you could soften that. I didn't quite understand if it was a cycle shed or a bike rack, if it's like how many, I'd like to have more clarity on what's happening there. Is that intended to be, because it looks like there's storage in the basement for bikes. So it feels like it's intended for just like a visitor, and I can't imagine any resident's going to be parking their bike overnight. That doesn't seem smart. But to the extent that that's entirely for residential use, or it's for, folks in the neighborhood who are coming to visit to use it, and how many bikes are we talking about? But I kind of actually like these artistic bike racks that we have all around our town, and to the extent that is part of it, I think that would be nice. So I think more thought can go into that. I like the corners, and I do like this. I'm okay with the height, and I think to the extent that we keep, being very strict on height, we're going to end up with just boxes, which is what we keep seeing, not because everyone just goes flat on their roofs so that they don't protrude a little. And this, in my mind, is really attractive. And I like how the corners feel with the open glass that is that's turning. I like the material you're using. I do think that you can make the elevator bank less intense by changing the choice of color. It just feels dark. And maybe putting in more glass there as well. You know, I couldn't see it here, but hopefully it'll be detailed in your final. But one of the things that I like about some of your other projects is that the metalwork feels artistic as opposed to just kind of boring lines, which we have on most of our other buildings. But both of your other projects you described are nicer in that way. So hopefully you do that here. I just saw a notation that said EV charging spaces none, and I hope you'd reconsider that.
That's required. If you go down below, he says he's pre-wiring.
Okay, got it. So they all will have it, which that makes more sense. And I really do like that this has a lot of one-bedroom units. I mean, we haven't mentioned that, but I think that's going to be really attractive and desirable. And by design, I think it is more affordable for a lot of people. So I like that you're putting in a good amount. I'm comfortable with that as long as the setback at ground level is where it should be. If the levels above go into it as minimally as you've requested, I'm okay with that. One of the comments was about, you know, I'm also, that restaurant has been in our community for a really long time. I think one of the things in our downtown visioning was actually about condensing the area where we have restaurants, and maybe they will succeed even more. And I think another important factor is that bringing more residents into our downtown will ensure that they have more people coming to them in the evening. So I think ultimately our restaurants will only hopefully improve to the extent that we have more feet on the street. One of the questions or comments someone said was about sort of rentals, and it's particularly with one bedrooms. I could see that being an issue, Airbnb, your apartment. But I think that as a town, we've put in place the 30-day limitation. So I feel like we've done what we can to try to prevent that. Let's see. No, those are my comments. Oh, one more comment actually is I think you should be more generous with your landscaping, particularly on First Street. Someone else mentioned that. What I see are 3 trees. The example of Los Altos Gardens on San Antonio is a fantastic example of incredibly generous of landscaping, and I think that First Street certainly deserves it as well.
Okay, so since Roni just mentioned the landscaping, I'll say ditto to that. I mean, there's no landscaping plan here at all, so I know you're just throwing in a few shadowy trees to give us an impression, but it will be very important, both on the streetscape side and also on the foothill side in terms of screening. So ditto what my fellow commissioners have been saying about the front of the building appears to be on the side. And I also don't think that works, especially when your entryway is then there's some bicycles, and that kind of feels like, did I walk into a storage shed? Or, so it's not very welcoming. I would add that also in this plan, there's no real lobby when you go into that front door, or, there's just a hallway. And so there's a patio somewhere, but that maybe is part of the residence even. So it's just a long walk up and in, and there's no real lobby. I'm not sure where guests would loiter to wait for. Oh, there. Yeah. It's still, you have to go in and around, but it just doesn't feel like a welcoming space. And I also think that side is likely to have something built next to it. So if that front door were there and then you get some other 4-story something next to it, then that's going to be very unwelcoming. So I would echo regarding the ramp, there needs to be some sort of cover on there. I think the materials have potential. I won't repeat all the specific aesthetics that people who are more knowledgeable, i.e. the architects, have mentioned. I think that's good points. I like the use of wood, and standing metal seam roofs, I think, are nice additions. We do, I think, have laser cut in one of the projects, so I can't remember whether it was a study session, where they're using it and they're cutting some designs and filtering some of the sun coming through. So I don't think that's necessarily an objection. I do think, though, that the windows on this project are very large, looking, you're going to need, as a resident, you're going to feel I would feel very exposed. You're going to need sort of floor-to-ceiling draperies. Same thing on the reverse side of Foothill Expressway. We've heard from residents. I think this has really got more park behind it potentially at this spot than some of the others. But I think that these very large, almost full wall expansive windows on some of these, particularly on some of the corners, may not work so well in this location. So I was thinking, again, we have a lot of these projects going in along First Street. It'd be kind of nice to have, as the ones are approved, if we have the elevation, at least of the front, so we can see what the palettes are looking like. Because I wasn't sure, some speakers mentioned they thought it looked very different. I had the impression it might actually look the same. I mean, we're seeing a lot of the same palettes come in for the various projects. We might see the same color scheme later this evening. So I think we don't want everything to look the same either. I mean, we want it to be harmonious and work, not all the same style, but it would be nice if we could see what's in front of us, what's actually been approved and what we're looking at. So I think that's, there are some large expanses of stucco. I think that's been mentioned already. Think about how you're handling that. And then one other point is, one of the reasons that you have the big gray area, expanse, tower, is because you've got, that's for the stairs. But you have 2 stairways, so you're actually taking up a lot of space in this building for 2 stairways. I don't really know why.
Exiting.
You need
It's in code
2
requirement.
stairways?
These far enough apart, you have to be close enough to get
Okay. Well, maybe there's another way. I mean, this is really a big use of space in a fairly small area. So, but if you're stuck with it, I don't remember them being they seem so close together in this. I don't know. It seems very inefficient. Okay, with that, I might as well pass it on.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. So we've had some kind of consensus here, strangely enough, not 100% because it is us after all, but I really have a problem with the basic approach of this building, which surprised me because it's not as well resolved as the other projects that have come out of this office in our town. And it comes down to the fact that this is not El Camino. This has to have more of a village feel, even though it's First Street and not immediately in the CRS district. But not having an entrance on First Street and having a wide open, even if it was a decorative grate leading to a garage, means that what you see as we bring all these feet on the street, as all these First Street residential developments are coming online, we're going to have people walking to get to the downtown, and what they're going to see is even the most decorative automobile scale opening and nothing else for people. I feel like this is really a killer flaw for the entire project, that there is a lobby, you access it through a small hallway. There's space on the first floor that feels to me could be better arranged to get a welcoming human scale entrance on the first floor facing the street. With that said, I also concur with Duho that I feel like putting the gable roofs on here is not as well resolved as it was and not as demonstrative as the styles that we used as the example. And in fact, if you wanted to have a sloped roof, maybe it should be single pitch, or maybe you do it as you say it's a flat roof and you deal something with the parapets. I agree a lot with Mayrus that I feel like this feels very big. And I think part of it is the design is so vertical. And so I feel like that would require a major going back to as well. And the palette is one we're getting comfortable seeing. It's a good choice of materials. Color is so subjective. We could pick colors that we came to a consensus with. It'll wind up in city council and they'll pick something completely different. But I think the use of materials is good. And I feel like there's potential here, but it really has to face the street. It has to have a sense of being part of the town, which this does not. I echo Ronit. There's really, I understand this is early, there's really insufficient greenery. At a certain point, you've got to zhuzh it up with things, and that might have something to do with what happens on the side. I think that Sally made a very good point that there are going to be other buildings that take over smaller structures nearby. And so we're not only looking at today, but we're looking at 8 or 10 years from now where most of the single-story buildings along First Street will be gone. And then we've run into this in other projects, the relationship of your building, which one of our speakers talked about in an earlier discussion, needing to pull back. You did a good job of pulling it back from the side so that the next building up would not be nose to nose. But I think that's another reason to reconsider seriously the entry, which I'm harping on because I think it's really important. I believe that the bike storage should be in the garage. I concur with that. I see the stucco expanses, once again, I believe that the plaster joints can be a really important element to nuance the expanses so that it doesn't read as undifferentiated plane. And when you have an undifferentiated plane like that, I recognize that the architect pointed out that they're looking at what else they could do there, whether there are steel awnings or something, so it's not flat, unless you're going for a building that's totally planar, in which case this really needs to be looked at in another way. There was a letter we got from the public that asked about the placement of trash for pickup on the public sidewalk. I didn't know that that was permitted. Steve?
So we have, I don't believe there's any specific code to address that. We'd have to look at some of the design guidelines, but we have pushed other projects to provide some sort of temporary location for the trash on site at street level for pickup, as well as the more permanent location in the garage, or typically in the garage.
Okay. And then my last comment is about the parking, where I have a feeling that Ronit was trying to figure out whether the parking was really being used. And so we have two different approaches here. We have the residents on First Street who say, if we're providing one car per bedroom, it's insufficient. Maybe not during the day when people take off for work, but in the evening, and then we're getting spillover. So I understand as we run into it the incentives and the waivers, but I think on a realistic basis, if we're going to grant that kind of grace, we need to make sure that we're not just kicking the can down the road, as we've discovered. Roof deck being integrated into an area so it's not obtrusive to neighbors, I think is a very good idea. Mayor's made a very good point about that. And I think that covers everything in a shotgun approach. With that said, I'd like to say that this architectural group does really good work. I feel this design is not up to their usual standard, and I have confidence that they can do better.
I'm going to apologise just on one thing. Sorry. Consider weekends, not just working weeks.
Thank you.
You're on.
All right. Nice to meet everyone.
New commissioner.
It's true. I thought, the truth is, I thought I liked it, and I heard everyone. Now I'm not so sure. I thought it looked, I thought its overall look, I was comfortable with. I think a lot of the concerns that have been raised are good ones. The entrance not being on First Street, I appreciate why many people have raised that as a problem. I'm not sure if I think it's a problem or if it might make First Street more interesting, but I certainly appreciate why people are raising that concern. I think the things that jumped out at me were the roof deck, which, I mean, hearing that people don't like it, I don't, all the units have their own balcony. I don't love that there's a roof deck. I think that my preference would be that if the town was trying to promote more common outdoor space for everybody, and the more that there's these private outdoor spaces, my concern would be overall we might lose some focus on creating more public outdoor spaces. The parking's a problem, but that's probably not getting solved by me. And the landscaping is another thing that jumped out at me, but as people here said, I'm not sure if that's just the drawings that we're seeing or if there really was, if I would ask for more landscaping, I think that could make it look nicer, particularly when there's this discussion about the appearance on First Street. But I think that's all that I got.
Great. Yeah, so I'm going to echo what I think most people have said, which is if you look at T1, and you kind of imagine that side elevation being the front, it seems a lot more successful. And so we have essentially a side elevation that's facing first. And so for me, it's not necessarily, while not ideal, I could get comfortable with the actual entrance being on the side, but I think you'd really have to do a lot more to dress up that entire elevation so it doesn't feel like a secondary elevation. And so the wide expanse of plaster going across first, the lack of windows, if we got something else out of it and maybe the building was, there was more of a setback and more lush landscaping and the scale just got broken down, to me, it's not necessarily the physical entrance, but just more that the main elevation on First Street feels like a secondary elevation. And I don't think that my understanding is that's kind of the parking, the bike thing is really more of an amenity for people that may want to park their bikes while visiting, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing, but I do agree with Ronit that it just it does not feel very inviting and feels very urban. I think every project that has come before us, we've required that has underground parking, we've required them to put a gate or control access into the underground parking. I think that's going to be important here as well. I think you'd have to look at just where how that's ramping up and how much of a break or flat area there is before you hit the sidewalk, just to make sure that it is safe for all of the pedestrians that we're hoping to attract to downtown. And then for me, the elevator tower just feels massive. And it's exactly in the spot where you don't have the gables as you're looking at it from first. So I think it's exacerbated. And so if maybe there was something else in, again, if you're going to go with the gable concept, perhaps that would be an area where it could help break up what that looks like. And I'm looking particularly at A12. And so I'm unclear about the measurement, and as you guys well know, this town is very sensitive to height. And so I'm unclear as to the measurements, because I thought we had some pretty well-defined metrics, and even if it is a sloping roof, it's to the midpoint of that roof. And so maybe the next time it comes around, we could just it would perhaps be a little bit clearer. And because I do think that the building across the street, if I don't recall, had gables. We actually changed the pitch on them, and we should just maintain integrity across all the projects that we're looking at, especially ones that are in so close proximity to each other. And I personally did not think that downtown was a good place to have rooftops that were accessible, especially as they abut property lines. But those projects got approved, and so I think to maintain fairness and integrity, it would be hard to approve them on some that have already been approved and say, for whatever reason, you can't do it. So, I think there is precedent for that. And so for me, it's, I think there's a lot of potential here. I don't know that adding more windows to the stair tower element is necessarily a good thing and would really break that up, because it's going to be fluorescent light in there that's leaching out, and it's going to be a cold white light that may not necessarily look attractive. So for me, the fundamental thing is really looking at that Main Street elevation, as well as the foothill elevation, and making those look primary and not secondary or tertiary. But I think there's a lot of potential, and we need more housing. This is fulfilling a need. We'd, I think, love to figure out a way to make this work.
Can I add to the rooftop deck comment you made? It seemed to me, wasn't it the last study session where we asked them to bring their rooftop deck towards the First Street side, rather than leaving it back on Foothill? We're definitely keeping them there, and most, I think, if not all the projects, again, they're not all approved yet. They're at various study session or planning or city council. But this deck is on the Foothill side of the building, and I think we had tried to move it towards the First Street side on a different project. Just for sake of consistency, I thought I'd mention that.
That's a good point.
And my last 2 cents are, I really want this kind of mix in a project in town, because I feel that we've seen one previously, but there is a crying need for affordable by design, smaller units, so that we get a different kind of population that doesn't have an outlet in our town at this moment. So I really hope that this can come back with that kind of good mix again.
Great. Does that provide enough direction to the applicant? Do you guys feel like?
No, I appreciate
Okay.
it. I think it's great. I concur with a lot of the comments. Right?
Yeah.
I'm glad we have a lot of work to do, and I think you'll be pleased when we come back. We did look a lot at making the entrance on First Street. When you get into the plan, you start to understand that it's challenging to keep that one bedroom at the front of the project, create a lobby, and do all that together. I think we can do it. I know we can do it. We'll go back to the drawing board and we'll come back with something that works. The landscape, yes, we have not retained, the owner hasn't retained a landscape consultant yet. That's next. So we'll have that figured out. And then I wanted to comment on the gables. We did look at making those a little steeper. And I actually do like the steeper look better. I was concerned about the height and how that was going to be interpreted. And so I guess what I'd like to go away with tonight is to find out what is the feeling with regard to the gables as far as counting towards the building height. And are we okay if we have the flat roof at the 11 feet if those elements are taller? And I heard a lot about being concerned about the overall building height as it is. So could you maybe comment on that? And then that's all I really would like to hear.
Staff want to talk about?
Oh, I'd like to put 2 cents in. We had some applications that came through where, or a study session, where the parapet was being used not as a shield to conceal roof equipment, but was used as a loophole to force another story on. And so I would like to point out that if it's a true architectural element, that's one thing. If it's being used to snuffle us, I don't want to see it. And Steve can talk about the legality.
Doesn't want to work. So there are 2 ways to measure roof height. With regards to flat roofs, we measure to the roof deck. And then for sloped roofs, the code requires to measure the average between the ridge and the top plate. So with a sort of a mixed roof style like this, I think we would measure in both ways, or the tallest section of the roof, which is the pitch portion. I don't see another way around that, but interpreting it as an architectural feature, it's a roof. But
Okay.
there is, I would say that the CD R3 has a section which the applicant can ask for exceptions to the standards, and there's some findings that have to be made with regards to public benefits and other findings. That could be an avenue in addition to the incentives through the density bonuses, but that would be something that would have to be clearly identified as an exception and make those findings. And then it would be up to the city council whether or not they want to approve those exceptions. So that's a little bit unique in the CDR3 district that I don't think occurs in other districts. So that is something that they could put a potential avenue, but not a guarantee.
Great. And you guys have done enough projects in town to know the sensitivities around height. Okay, so next item is public hearing on 4898 El Camino Real. staff report.
There we go. Good evening, Chair Semek. Sorry if I mispronounced it.
Good.
My name is Sean Gallegos. I am an associate planner with the Planning Division. The item before you tonight is a new development at 4898 El Camino Real that includes a design review use permit due to a multifamily being a conditional use in the CT district and a subdivision application for a 5-story multifamily development with 21 residential condominium units with 2 levels of below-grade parking. The proposal is offering 4 affordable units, 2 moderate and 2 very low, in exchange for a 35% density bonus. Development incentives to allow for increased height and reduced front yard setback, and a waiver for the height of the elevator tower. The Planning Commission previously reviewed and provided feedback on the project's architectural and site design on February 21st of this year. The Commission expressed general support but noted that the applicant should consider using an alternative for glass railing, a different mix of colors to break up massing on the vertical elements, an improved mixture of exterior materials, including less stucco and revisions to improve human scale at the building corner, improving the use and operation of the trash room and staging, and considering a mixed-use building at the site and whether the family room was necessary, which is located along the ground floor. In response, the applicant and their designer updated the plans that included relocating this trash staging area to be located along or adjacent to the driveway along Jordan Avenue. That is noted in the site plan. As indicated on the site plan, the loading areas also are shown to the rear of the site with turning templates for vehicles necessary for dropping off trash at the site. A Cushman car is also shown on sheet A3B, which has the ability to move trash containers from the basement, lower level, to the trash staging area outside the building. An office and retail market study was completed by the applicant in response to the Commission's request to consider a mixed-use building, and it is provided in Attachment A. The project was also reviewed by the Complete Streets Commission on June 26th of this year, and the Commission expressed, again, general support for the project. Following the discussion, they did make recommendations for approval with a request to mark the pathway from the elevator to the bicycle storage to provide overall safety for bicyclists moving their cyclists behind vehicles. And also to add a red curb on each side of the driveway, which was a recommendation in the traffic report. In response, condition number 42 requires a pathway to be delineated from the basement elevators to the bicycle storage facilities, and condition 43 requires a red zone to be painted within 19 feet of the driveway opening, which is located on Jordan Avenue. A little background on the project side. It is located at the corner of El Camino Real and Jordan Avenue. The site is 16,919 square feet. It currently includes a 2-story commercial building, which is approximately 8,400 square feet. Parking is a total of 25 parking spaces. Parking is located at the front of the building along El Camino Real with an entrance both at El Camino and on Jordan. Additional parking is provided at the rear and along the left side of the building, as indicated in the topo elevation, which we have on the screen. The site is zoned commercial thoroughfare, CT. The properties to the west and east are also CT, while properties to the south or directly behind are R3 multifamily, R3 1.8, R3 3.5, and then furthest back is R110. To provide context regarding the site, to the north of the site, across El Camino Real, is Mountain View. Directly across is a 7-story, 145,000 square foot office building. At 2440 West El Camino Real, a 10-story multifamily building at 2400 West El Camino Real, and a 6-story, 114,000 square foot office building at 2350 El Camino Real. To the left of the site, there is a two-story commercial building at 4906 El Camino Real, and further to the left is a two-story commercial building at 4916 El Camino Real. To the right, directly across the street of Jordan, is a one-story building with a fast food restaurant, Jack in the Box, and a five-story 21-unit multifamily development at 4880 El Camino Real. The site is adjacent to multifamily land uses to the south, which includes a two-story apartment building and medium-density townhouse. And the adjacent townhouse buildings, as indicated in the report, are buffered through a significant parking lot and a row of mature trees directly behind the site. The project, which is shown in the center photo, is proposed for 21 units, which equates to a density of 54 units per acre, which would exceed the maximum density allowed for the El Camino Real corridor or for the CT district of 38 dwelling units per acre. To provide context, in recent projects along El Camino Real, approximately two properties over is 4880 El Camino Real, which was approved in September 2016, a 21-unit, five-story multifamily development was approved with a density of 47 dwelling units per acre with an incentive for height, a waiver for rooftop height, and a percentage of roof area. A new five-story multifamily building at 4846 and 4856 was approved with 52 condominium units with a density of 71 dwelling units per acre. That was approved in November 2018 with an incentive for height, rear yard setbacks, a height waiver for elevator tower height, and percentage of roof area. At the ground level, you can see the pedestrian entry of the building at the corner of El Camino Real and Jordan Avenue. There are two Class II bicycle facilities located directly to the right of the entry, which serve 4 bicycles. Along El Camino Real, a new sidewalk will be proposed with 7.5-foot width, street trees and landscaping directly behind. Along Jordan Avenue, a 5-foot wide sidewalk will be proposed, again with street trees and landscaping behind. The project will add new ADA ramps to improve connections to crosswalk at El Camino Real and Jordan Avenue. Vehicular access occurs along the rear of the site, along Jordan Avenue. That's reflected in the turning templates that are shown, which is for vehicles entering the site. The proposed landscape and hardscape elements are designed to complement the proposed building design by introducing raised planters, walls, linear wood benches, and landscaping along the entry of the site at the corner of El Camino Real and Jordan. The landscaping includes substantial street tree canopy, including substantial tree placement along both Jordan Avenue and El Camino Real, as described in the staff report. For private open space, and the CT district requires an average of 50 square feet per unit. As specified on sheet 9A, an average of 271 square feet of private open space is being provided for each unit. In addition, a total of 1,600 square feet of common open space must be provided for projects with up to 25 units. A total of 6,045 square feet of open space is provided on the site. As part of the common open space provided by the project, 5,031 square feet of open space rooftop deck is proposed for the site. This rooftop deck includes an outdoor kitchen, fire pits, and a variety of seating location. Staff must note also that at the upper location of the roof, the applicant is proposing a conceptual photovoltaic plan that will provide up to 4,000 square feet of solar panels for the property. Access to the below-grade garage occurs from the driveway on the left side of the site plan shown above. The ramp leads down to the parking garage below. The project provides a total of 55 parking spaces, which includes 53 standard spaces and 2 accessible spaces. This also includes 9 guest spaces, which will be located on the upper level. The site will also provide charge point electrical charging stations for each condominium unit for 21 units. The project exceeds the VTA standards as reflected in the lower level basement area at the lower level of the garage. As indicated in the upper section of the basement, the site is providing 21 individual Class 1 lockers for each of the units, including additional storage lockers for each of the units. In addition, the applicant is providing 4 electric bicycle racks with 110 kilowatt electrical outlets provided in the lower basement. The lower basement also stores the Cushman vehicle, which will be used for the trash removal. The cross-section shows a height of 56 feet measured from the roof deck, which exceeds the maximum height of 45. It also shows the stair tower height at 69 and elevator tower at 73.25 feet. The slide above shows the front elevation and the exterior elevation for the proposed project presented today. Below that is the front elevation and exterior side for the original design provided to you at the study session in February. In response to the previous study session, I wanted to highlight some of the significant changes that occurred with the design. Staff would like to know that the building was revised to address the corner with a landscape entry and plaza and 2-story entry lobby. These features create a more human scale at the main building entry. The horizontal building mass is broken up with 2-story stepping along the corner and deep recess at the 2nd-story stair tower. The exterior building materials were revised to appropriately define the building elements. This also included changing the windows to reflect a more residential character of the building, adding stone veneer at the first level to create a more strong building base, and replacing the glass railing with metal rails and Equitone panels, which were a direction of the previous study session meeting. The color palette was also revised, as reflected in the slide, to define the building elements and soften the overall appearance. The architect will be available tonight to go into more detail regarding the design changes. In regards to the commercial thoroughfare design controls, as explained in the staff report, we do believe that the project complies with the design controls. In addition, I have additional slides regarding the rear, a comparison between the rear and the original slides from February 21st study session. The photo-simulated rendering is taken from across, or developed from across north of El Camino Real in front of 2400 El Camino Real. Shows the 5-story building with the primary pedestrian entry to the right of the building at the corner of El Camino Real. A zoom photo simulation shows the building designed to relate to the human scale with a landscape plaza and 2-story entry building or form. The photo simulation is from the right rear of the site. The photo simulation reflects, the proposed design. At the far left is the pedestrian entry. To the right of the proposed design is the driveway entering into a below-grade garage. Additional photo simulations of the proposed roof deck. The applicant also provided a detail regarding fenestration, windows, and doors, and their appearance on the structure, which is in the plan set. Under the state's density bonus regulations, with 2 affordable units at very low income levels, and 2 affordable units at the moderate level, the project is providing 13% of its base density as a very low income, a total of 27% affordable. Providing a minimum of 11% of very low income qualifies the project for a 35% density bonus. Since the project is providing more than 10% of its units as affordable or very low, the project also qualifies for development incentives under state and city ordinance. To help guide incentives requesters to help focus incentives, the city adopted a list of on-menu incentives. And in this case, the applicant is seeking height incentives to allow the project to exceed the maximum height of 45 feet by 11 feet, which is an on-menu incentive, and a 20% reduction of the front yard setback from 25 feet to 20 feet, which is also an on-menu incentive. The project is also seeking a waiver to allow height of its elevator tower to go beyond the 12-foot height. There are a number of findings that have had to be made to receive the incentives and waivers, and both of those are described in the staff report. The development proposal is consistent with the general plan and zoning ordinance. It does not result in significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, water quality, as reflected in the attached technical reports. and is adequately served by required utilities and public services. Due to being an infill development, we found the project is categorically exempt from further environmental review. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the design review, use permit, subdivision application, subject to the findings and conditions of approval. The architect and applicant are available to respond to questions from the commission, and this concludes my presentation unless there are any questions. Thank you.
Do we have a sample of the new railing? Okay.
Any questions?
I had one. So the height of the building is 50, just this is a clarification question. The height is 56, and then the elevator tower is 73.4, but the maximum that's allowed would be 68. Is that true? I just was trying to clarify that.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then the waiver for the 17.5 feet, is there, maybe I missed it, is there a waiver for the stair towers being 14 feet above the roof deck, or is it just the elevator tower?
It's to be inclusive of both. No.
Okay.
The applicant will, we can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was it.
Okay. So we'll open it up for public comment. If anyone has. Oh, I am sorry. I'm going to blame that one on Phoebe. So 10 minutes.
Sean did such a good job. I'm not sure I have a lot left to do, but I'm going to ask for 15 minutes anyway, if that's possible. So we have a fair amount to go through.
Sure.
And I will try to go as quickly as I can. Just make sure I know where I'm going here. Okay. Good. Thank you, Jeff Potts, SDG Architects. The owners of the project, Mircea and Alex, are also here with us, as well as our landscape architect, Scott Fowler, in case you have any questions regarding the landscape. As noted, this is a 5-story project at the corner of El Camino and Jordan at the existing futon shop. A lot of what I'm going to do is just compare the changes we made from this workshop study session to now. One of the significant changes that actually didn't come out of that session but out of staff review was it was a 23-unit project when it was previously reviewed. Due to the fact that there was an easement across the back, it was determined that that needed to be deducted from the site square footage and recalculate the density based on that. So we did go down a bit in density. The overall site would be capable of 23 units. As noted, we have 4 affordable units, 2 moderate, 2 very low. Of note, the project is 3 and 4 bedroom units, just due to the density allowable on the project. Again, I did want to clarify, you can see the location here and the similar aerial to what Sean showed. This site is not adjacent to residential behind it. This site is adjacent to a CT zone behind it. The parking lot area that extends behind the project is not on the property, is a CT zone. So the rules that apply to residential to CT would not apply in this case. It is adjacent to CT there. So I just wanted to clarify that. As noted, we are on the corner. We did try hard to orient the entry of the project to the corner so that we could kind of emphasize that plaza area at the corner of the building there and create sort of a semi-public, nicely landscaped area, and then bring the curb cuts off of El Camino down to Jordan, bring the traffic in that way where we have a signalized intersection and we don't have people slowing down and speeding up trying to get out of the project onto El Camino. There is some outdoor area at the rear of the building at the ground level. We only counted the area that was outside of that easement, although, it's foreseeable that that other area would be used, in the interim. That easement runs into a solid concrete block wall at this point. So we don't really know what's going to happen there, but we don't foresee anything. We've got balconies around the building, really oriented to all four sides, but mainly to El Camino and to Jordan to sort of emphasize the eyes on the street and to break up the architecture. The reduced setback at El Camino was one of our incentives that we used, and that setback's reduced to 20 feet. However, it's strong to note that we didn't use all of that 20 feet. The only thing that really extends into that area between the 25 and the 20 feet are the balconies along the left-hand side of the front elevation and 1 foot of the actual building itself. Other than that, we actually exceed the 25 feet standard setback along that area, so we didn't max out that front setback, but we felt it was important to get that articulation on the front, and so we utilized that incentive to get that articulation. We utilized the 15-foot average setback at Jordan to get, a fair amount of articulation into the building there as well, with the deep stair recess there that really helps break up the building and sort of naturally break that long wall plane along there. And also important to note, currently between the townhomes and the corner of El Camino, there's no sidewalk. It's basically asphalt, building, and parking lot that sort of spill out onto the street there. So the addition of that sidewalk here will make this a much more walkable, user-friendly, pedestrian-friendly space. And you can see along that side, we're heavily landscaped between that sidewalk and the building along that whole Jordan side. And I'm sorry, but I can't click on my little plaza thing to show you the landscape plaza in color, so I'll try to get to that at the end. Sean noted parking. Basically based on this layout, we are over parked by 10 spaces. So we have 2 spaces per unit, which is the basic zoning code, plus the required 6 guest spaces, and then 10 additional spaces basically to that. The density bonus standards would require 45. We have 55. Those standards would require 48. So we have 55 there. As noted, we've got 2 bike lockers for every unit, where I think 1 per 3 units is required or something like that. We have storage space for every unit on the second level of the garage, the e-bike charging. We have 21 charging stations that we're going to install here, and basically the way those will work is they'll be centered between people's parking spaces. So if you had 2 cars, you could charge them both, obviously not at the same time, but you could charge them both using those chargers. And the trash room and all its configuration is on the first floor. The cart is actually on that first floor as well, and this has all been vetted by the trash company that takes care of trash here in town. So again, the big changes, really, the first floor, you can see the stair tower previously really protruded out into that Jordan side setback and kind of defined that edge of the building, and really created a pretty strong mass at that corner. Based on comments, we pulled that stair tower in all the way into the elevator. Had to do a little code gymnastics to make that work, but pulled that all the way into the elevator, and then we created basically a mailroom, Amazon room on the outside of that stair tower. That allowed us to step the building up in that area and sort of create that tower as a whole more in the center of the corner and pulled away from the street. And then again, with the reduction in units on the project, we moved the BMR to the front. We created a larger unit in the middle, and we added an additional family space. I know there was comments that maybe the family space wasn't needed, but what we actually ended up here with was a fitness room and an additional family space, which we feel like will be heavily utilized and Really, the alternative was even bigger units. So a space that everybody could use seemed more appropriate in that location. And again, here on the second floor, you can really start to see where that stair tower at the top was sticking out really close to the Jordan side. We've pulled that all the way in by this floor here, and now we've got a roof at the first floor level to really break up the scale of that entry and bring that down to be a more pedestrian-friendly human scale there at the entry. And again, I'll go through these quickly. Again, it's really revolves sort of around the number of units on these floors and that corner feature. As we get to the fourth and fifth floor, we did, again, due to the reduction in units, add a couple of larger units where there was 3 before. There is 2 now on that side. Those are the larger 4-bedroom units, and that occurs also on the 5th floor. As noted, we're planning on installing all of the solar on this project. Based on the current layout, those solar panels will be able to generate the power for the 4 BMRs as well as the house power for the building itself. So we see that as a benefit for those more affordable units to not then be burdened with a high electrical cost to go along with that unit. Open space. As Sean noted, we are well above the open space criteria for the project, but I did want to talk a little bit about it. I know it came up at the workshop, and so we sort of recalculated this so that you guys could see a little bit more in your package. I broke it down into balconies that are greater than 5 feet deep and balconies that are less than 5 feet deep. The balconies that are less than 5 feet deep are somewhat architectural in nature for the exterior elevations of the building, but they also provide those rooms now have the ability to have glass that goes all the way down to the floor, and you also have the ability to do some planting, out on that shallow balcony. But if we just forget about those, the balconies that are greater than 5 feet deep total almost 4,000 feet, where 1,050 square feet is required, and every unit has a balcony that's larger than what's required as an average across the building. So we could have units with no balcony space and other units with larger balconies. We've basically provided at least one 5-foot minimum deep space that is over that 50 square foot threshold in those areas. This same section that Sean showed you, and again, I just want to reiterate that parking lot basically that is outside the property line there is a CT zoned portion. It's not a residential zone. The next lot over is residentially zoned. In any case, we have about 126 feet from that building to our building, and we have almost 100 feet from that property line to our building, which would meet the residential to CT zone standards, although we do not require that standard. So again, getting into the architecture quickly, conceptually, we kind of went back and we're creating sort of a base to the building with the stone around, a middle section that kind of featured the balconies and the horizontal features, and then a top. And what we were doing with the vertical wood, I should say siding elements, we'll talk about the materials in a minute, was sort of breaking those horizontal features up into a little bit smaller components so it didn't get too overwhelmingly horizontal. We did make a change at the corner where we previously had that wood tower feature going all the way down. We did decide to wrap that Equitone around to kind of carry that line around the building. I feel like at this point it probably would be better with the wood there, and it would match the concept of the building a little bit better, where we're using these wood features to sort of take these horizontal portions of the building and break them into slightly smaller chunks. We did change the balcony from a glass rail to a metal rail. I did not bring a sample of the metal rail, but we do have a detail in the package. It's basically a flat metal rail that's about 2 inches tall with a very small gap, and it's a very flat piece of metal. So it's a very sort of basic but elegant rail, potentially an opportunity for some color in there as well. And then, as I said, created the stone base that wraps around most of the building. And then, tried to carry those features again around the sides and the rear. I mean, the side at 4906 is obviously very close to that building. We did introduce some of the siding material in there to, again, break those elements up. Some of the massing of that changed based on the unit change, not so much on our desire to change the massing. And then we did adjust the color palette a little bit. When we went to the siding away from the metal, the stone color was more appropriate to go to the more tan, away from the gray a little bit. And then we used the gray to accent the balcony features with the Equitone material. So again, this is the view from sort of across El Camino, Kitty Corner. You can see the entry sort of stepping up from a story and a half, very pedestrian scale entry with a raised plaza to that two-story entry element. We still have a little bit of storefront type of glass in that area to sort of emphasize the entry in the corner. And then the rest of that element was brought to a more residential feel with the proportions and the scale of the windows. Again, we wouldn't be opposed to bringing that wood all the way down in that element to really kind of break those two wings of the building apart. You can see that it's very heavily landscaped, and that landscape sort of steps up away from the corner as well to make that a more inviting corner there on El Camino and Jordan for pedestrians. This is the view from around the corner a little bit to give you sort of a different angle on the front of that building. And again, as far as the front setback goes, you can see that the balcony elements are really what's protruding into that incentive that we're requesting, and then a little bit of the wall beyond. The rest of the building is really pushed back an additional 5 or more feet from that corner, so you get sort of a layering at that corner of the project. The view from down Jordan, and here you can kind of feel, although you don't see it directly, the deep recess of that stair tower breaking the building into a couple of smaller masses. And then we've also carried that detail from the side around the back for, to keep that continuity and to bring those materials sort of wrapping the corner and keep that bottom, base, middle, top sort of hierarchy working around that corner there. And again, a closer up shot of the sort of raised plaza area. The ADA access will kind of wrap around back behind the planters and the benches there. And then we'll have steps up and the bike racks there and access to the Amazon room. I'm just going to keep talking.
Thank you.
A shot of the roof deck. And, sorry.
Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
Do you have any images of what that metal railing?
There is an image in the booklet in front of you. Towards the front, there is sort of a materials image page, and we have an image of that rail. On that page, A1D, and you can see how that.
Oh, D1, sorry.
Should be near the front of your package there.
A1D.
Yeah, it's a thin, more slatted metal as opposed to just sort of a tube steel kind of detail.
A1D.
Thank you.
I've got a question. In terms of accessing the garage, can you walk us through, that driveway is wide enough for 2 cars?
Yes.
And then they can both make that, it just looks a little, just noticing it looks a little tight. And it only looks like maybe wide enough for one.
I'll get you to the site plan here, we can talk about it. Yeah, so that driveway actually from the back there to the entrance to the garage is 24 feet wide. And then the garage ramp itself is actually slightly oversized as well, and we do have a traffic study with the turning radii on that ramp area. And then based on the complete streets, we are going to be installing a pedestrian sensor for vehicles coming up there, although they'll be fully out of the garage and turned facing the street before they get to the sidewalk. That was something that they felt would add a layer of safety.
And that garage is controlled access?
Yes, there'll be a gate on the garage, and the ramp itself is 22 feet wide as well, and I think 18 is the minimum requirement, but the ramp itself is 22. It'll have a gate on it. The ramp itself is a textured surface so that people don't want to skateboard down or ride their bikes down the ramp typically, and they'll go use the elevator to get to the bike room, especially being that it's 2 floors down.
Great. And then a question for staff, just to clarify, you in agreement that it backs up to a CT zone? And
Yes.
okay. Anyone else?
So the 73.4 feet for the elevator tower, I'm assuming it's not possible to go lower than that, but the 69.1 for the stair tower, is that possible to go lower?
Yes, the stair tower can be brought down to the 12-foot height requirement.
Okay.
I've done more elevator research than I care to talk about recently, and really for this project, we've been working hard to squeeze that down as much as we can. What I'd really prefer, I'm going to get back to put out there anyway for your all consideration. I believe it would look a lot better if the whole tower was the height of the elevator. We're talking about a few more feet, 5 feet or so. Building across the street's 12 stories or something of that nature. But it would be a much more cohesive, aesthetically pleasing element if it didn't have the little elevator tower poking out of it. But aside from that, yes, we can pull those down to 12 feet. That's more than an adequate ceiling height for the stair tower.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll open up public comment. We've got 2 speaker cards. If anyone else would like to speak, please bring one up. Anatol Shmelev, and then Eric Steinley.
Hi, I'm Anatol Shmelev. I live at 897 Jordan Avenue, which means I'm going to be impacted by this every day. So I've got a couple of points that I'd like to make. Number one is greenery. They say there's a substantial amount of greenery. I don't see a substantial amount. And when I look at El Camino in Menlo Park, I see a substantial amount of greenery. But here I see just a couple of trees. It doesn't really make that much of an impact. Number two is the height. The elevator shaft and the stairwell, they bring it to, 72 feet. I mean, that's a tall building right there. And I don't care what's across the street. That's Mountain View. But for Los Altos, it's tall. And it's tall in particular in comparison to the townhome development that I live in. So it's going to be, it's like we're ending up in a canyon of these taller and taller buildings on El Camino. The other element I wanted to bring in is traffic and safety. A lot of school kids in the morning and in the afternoon, of course, going up and down Jordan. And as you know, there isn't a lot of sidewalk element there. Somewhere it goes a little part up the street and then it ends. So you have a lot of kids in the street, especially on bikes. And here you're going to get a lot more people living in this particular development. And a lot of these units are 3 and 4 bedrooms, so presumably even more kids on those streets. So I think some attention has to be paid to that. Obviously, it's outside the scope of the Planning Commission here, but nevertheless, it's something to take into account. And finally, parking has already been brought up in regards to the previous discussion. Again, 3 and 4 bedroom units, you've got to figure a lot of them are going to have 3 or 4 cars at the very least. And so I know, for example, the people who live next to me, 3-bedroom unit, they had 4 cars. So, so this is, this is an issue that needs to be looked at, I think, with a little bit more care in terms of the amount of parking that's been put aside. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to begin by incorporating everything I said about rooftop decks earlier in this comment. I think they're a terrible idea. I don't think they get any better just because you're in El Camino Real. El Camino Real is part of Los Altos, and it deserves as much respect as any other part of the city. I am disappointed by this for 2 reasons. One, it is a series of 3- and 4-bedroom homes stacked on each other. We just were talking about a project that actually met the affordable by design criteria that we are hoping people would apply. This doesn't come even close. It's a real disappointment that there is no smaller unit here. They're all large homes. Granted, they're the BMR, et cetera, but a BMR 4-unit home is still going to be an expensive home. Also, this is the commercial thoroughfare zone. We have talked here and in the City Council about mixed-use development. This is taking the place of, granted, the futon shop was not the most exciting place commercially, but it was a commercial place. Now it's going to become a home for somebody. There is no commercial development here. There's no mixed use, and that is an opportunity that is to be frittered away. There's not that much space, undeveloped space, left on El Camino Real. And, there will be no commercial space on the Los Altos side of El Camino Real if something isn't done about that. And John has presented in various places how little commercial space we actually have in the city, and we're about to lose a significant commercial zone. And I think that would be a terrible thing. So I think that this needs to be rethought. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so close public comment and open it up for discussion. Want to start on Phoebe or you?
Okay. Mighty kind of you. So, first of all, many thanks to the applicant for listening to feedback from the study session. I think that has made tremendous improvements in what we're looking at tonight. I do want to acknowledge, and I know it was mentioned in the previous presentations, but this is actually under state density bonus laws, and in fact, even under our own ordinances, compliant in regards to its ability for asking for density increases and waivers and exceptions and all the rest of it. And in fact, we got a very kind and friendly letter from the co-executive director of California Renters League, et cetera, emphasizing that very point. So let me move on to some specifics. So this project, I think, is very exciting in many regards and has exceeded requirements. Nonetheless, what some of the speakers have said has exceeded and added a lot of positives. So we in town require a 15% BMR. We're getting 27%. Has exceeded the parking requirements, has vastly exceeded the bike spaces. The solar panels are not only covering the BMRs, which is extraordinarily generous, but as I understood it from the report, covering common areas and the building power. And although I agree with the lack of diversity of smaller units in this project, it is actually nice for there to be BMRs of larger sizes. I've talked to some single moms. They've got kids. They can't squeeze kids in a 1 or 2 bedroom. And so we're actually getting some 3-bedroom BMRs in this. Pros and cons, I realize, on both sides of that. So I think that the corner is much, much improved pedestrian scale. I like the sort of stair step and the wood that's been incorporated there. I would say that I feel the lack of wood, and I think you actually mentioned this in part of your presentation, particularly on the rear elevation. There's really no wood going on there. I think it looks inconsistent from the rest of it. And you had mentioned something about potentially thinking that your corner tower maybe should be the wood all the way, all the vertical. To me, that would improve it. But again, you'll get other feedback from the other commissioners. So let me see what else I have. On the left side, you do have wood, but I think that side is more likely to be developed next to than the rear. So to me, if I were making a wood investment, I'd probably be more inclined to do it on the rear than on the left side. But for the time being, we're going to be seeing that left side on El Camino, so really I kind of want to see the wood all the way around. Sorry, a little greedy, but yeah, exactly. Let's see. Again, I think you're fortunate with this site that there's a good transition in the back. As you say, the parking lot is CT zoning, and then you have the space between the townhomes, and then so you ended up with, I think you said about 126 feet, but at least 100 feet for the property line even. I wasn't quite sure what the ramp cover situation was. Maybe I missed that in the materials, but we want to make it sure it looks nice. I had trouble, this kind of maybe goes back to the wood, your rendering, conceptual rendering A1G, I think looks unattractive. But when you break it down, I realize that's kind of looking at two angles at once. But when you look at A4C, which is the elevation looking at the rear, it looks better. But again, I think that's where incorporation of the wood would make a big difference. The one other thing, this is kind of minor, but it's an area that I always look at. In your landscape plan, you're actually using one invasive plant, which is the Mexican feathergrass. And so I would recommend substituting, getting rid of that, because even though it's in the El Camino area, it travels everywhere. I got rid of it years ago, and I'm still picking it out. And I see it in everyone's yard. So I would recommend against the Nacella tenuiseum, Mexican feathergrass, to get rid of that. I know that's minor, but it's my little pet peeve. So I think with that, I will pass it on.
Okay. So I have to first disclose that I had an ex parte meeting with the applicant's architect last week. There was nothing of substance that will not be discussed here today. I concur with just about everything Sally said. I thought that the rear elevation was the least resolved. It was not bad, but the others were significantly better. I do believe that I thought when I first looked at this that there was a hierarchy with darker colors on the bottom and then a medium band of the gray and then white, and then the corner tower broke that because the gray wrapped around and the wood was separate. And this is a small aesthetic issue, but if that entire corner was wood, that would be really lovely. And if not, I think that maybe looking at it as a hierarchical color, you could take the wood off the upper part of the tower and then bring it around to the back if it was a matter of economics. But I have to say that when we looked at an entrance that was not on the street on a previous application today, here's a design that really addressed a fact that they couldn't get an entry on the front per se, but they made the corner strong enough that you get in there. And so it finessed that piece very, very effectively. And I think that and the whole development in the corner with the changing of the scale, really echoed the feeling that we want to have, which is cars are going by very fast, but we're hoping that people will be along there too. And it really did an excellent job doing that. I'm not going to talk about the mixtures and so on. I think we beat that one to death. But I think as a whole, I wish that the stair and the building was lower. I understand it can't be. But I think this is one of the more successful applications we've seen and really reflects the best part of the process, which I know is long and drawn out, where we see it as a study session, we give feedback, it gets worked on, it comes back, and it's much improved. So kudos to you guys.
I mean, I wasn't here for the all the lead up to this, so I don't have much to add. I mean, I think it looks nice, but I don't know about that.
Button.
Sure. I also missed the initial study session for this project, but a couple of things to note for me that stuck out. I commend you for placing the BMR units towards the street. I think that's I think that's a positive feature. I think there's I mean, for me, just looking at this project, with some fresh eyes, there's a lot going on here architecturally. I think it's obviously it's a large volume. It's a large development. It's from a massing standpoint, it is
Massive.
It's quite massive, yes. And you know, there's no way to really sort of break that down other than through some careful consideration, proportions, detailings. And I think there are many successful moves that are being made. However, I think there's this kind of accentuation, this very horizontal accentuation that's happening with the heavy banding, so to speak, especially with this gray material, the Equitone material. This kind of what I would term, for lack of a better way of putting it, a sort of a super frame around, and I think it's most prevalent in the elevation on A4B. So what it does for me, I think architecturally, is I think it accentuates the fact that this is a super block rather than breaking it down, which I believe is really your intent. So for me, what I read visually is sort of, in some ways, kind of opposite to your intent, and I think it's best exemplified by that rendering that you showed from the rear corner of the project, right, where this the right elevation on A4 is combined with the rear elevation of A4.C, A4C. It really, I don't know if you can go back to that image, but it really accentuates the fact that it reads as one solid super block rather than articulation of two separate masses. So I think, despite your intentions, the optical read of that it's very, very well. There you go. That's the top left image. It reads like a singular block because the recesses of the tower is pushed back so far. So, and I think it you know, the sort of the super banding, I would say, this again horizontal and then bringing it down vertically and creating that sort of massive frame just accentuates the massiveness of the project. So in some ways, I wonder, I think the balconies are great, right? I mean, who would not like to have balconies? I think it's a nice feature. I wonder if those super banding with that material is really necessary. If you were to take that off, what would be the effect? Question mark. does it really add much other than, for me, a perceived kind of heaviness and a kind of massive, in some ways, kind of an industrial look, really, to the overall project. There's a kind of delicacy that you have in other elements in the project that gets kind of lost because of this dominant feature. In terms of the corner, I know corner entries are notoriously difficult for projects. I think you really addressed it well. I think there's some nice things happening. Creating a space, a kind of sense of arrival and entry at the corner, I think is very successful. I do think that you should liberate the tower and let it be a tower and have sort of one material to it rather than straitjacketing it with this equitone material. Yeah, and I think it's a very interesting argument that you make about incorporating the lift tower, the lift overrun, into the overall tower. I think certainly would clean things up there and in some ways kind of tie the two vertical elements together in a stronger way. You know, I know again it's the overall mass is getting taller, but I think in some ways I think we would all appreciate you know, that mass reading a little bit in a more strong and simple way. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good things going on. I do worry about some of the, I think, again, going back to the kind of the detailing, how will these windows, you know, are they set back? Are they flush? How are they how do they interface with the wall? I think, again, you know, those are the elements that you can really push to give scale and kind of, you know, depth, shadow, et cetera, to the project. That I think it would enrich the project. I think if you can also not get it right, and it could look very sort of, again, push that sense of monumentality and kind of the industrial look of things being rather sort of surface, more sort of surface rather than having depth. So I think that is something to really work on and look out for. I do think the front elevation on El Camino is quite successful. Again, you know, would it take anything away to take away that sort of heavy banding around that? It's more of a question mark, I think, for me. But yeah, it's a difficult project to sort of break things down and make it more of a human scale. But I think you've done a lot of good things here, so I think you should be commended for that.
So I am also looking at it with fresh eyes, and one of the things I wanted to see is who actually saw it the first time. So I was looking through the minutes, and only the two of you saw it, which is...
No, 4 of us.
You saw it as well. Okay, so, but 3 of us were absent. Duho, Alex, and I, according to the minutes, weren't here. So I feel like because I didn't see the first one, I don't feel like I see all the improvements that you all see. And whereas the project that we just did in design review, I felt like came in really strong, and we gave it so many comments that I think are going to make it a really exquisite project. I feel like this one is sort of for me in the same place as that last project. So some of the things, oh, and I should disclose that I had a conversation with the architect ex parte, and we discussed, he walked through the design, and I will talk about one of the conversation topics specifically related to density that we haven't discussed that much. So to me, this feels pretty commercial, industrial, and I don't see enough wood and warmth for residential. I'd like to see more wood. In my mind, that tower should all be wood. It is abrupt, the change in material in the center. And I also think that especially looking at this rendering in the top left, that doesn't feel like a warm palette to me. I'd like to see the rails broken up. I think what you're talking about, the super banding, you are articulating what I'm feeling. And particularly when I look at the detail of the metal, it feels like it's going to be really intense. It looks like, I like the flat metal, but with half-inch barriers, it's going to kind of look like a metal wall going all the way across. And that also feels very commercial, like office building, those long balconies that wrap around. And even doing a detail like, instead of everything being 2 inches, just differences in widths to make that rail a feature, like artistic, elegant design feature, as opposed to just banding that wraps around. So I also, and we're not seeing it from this angle, but if you can go back to the front elevation, I think they have a real advantage of many of the buildings on El Camino in that they have 2 streets. And so, but that as a result means you're really seeing all like 50% of the building is viewed. So it feels even more intense, the commercial sort of vibe. And I can't handle this tower with the gray in the middle and the like top cap on top. Just doesn't work for me. I think it could be done better. I do think I appreciate the landscaping that was put on. I think that the resident who is not far from Jordan, who suggested more trees on that side, I'd like to support that comment. The roof deck, I think, we require common open space, and no one can put it at the ground level. So it goes on the roof. And I do think that, particularly because they have 2 streets, that it's going to be less obtrusive to people behind, but to be sensitive and figure out how to create sort of natural barriers so that light and sound doesn't travel. But that's kind of the future. That ship has sailed. And then in terms of the density, and this is something that I did speak with the applicant about, I really think that these are huge units, and I would, the smallest is 3 bedrooms. I'd like to see smaller units. And in the same way that, like Alex was the first commissioner to say he didn't want to see roof decks in our downtown on First Street, but then we allowed them all. And now, to be consistent and transparent and fair, it feels like we've got to allow it. I also rejected that first application where we allowed 78% density. It felt like a bad precedent. But then we did it, and then we allowed it again, and now I feel like that. I understand that if we can get 3 more units and smaller units in the same envelope, that to me is a big benefit. So I know that they modeled it with, I think, 24 and 26, maybe even 28. I can't remember. And I think that it either could be contained in the same envelope, and they certainly have the parking because they have excess parking. I'd like to have a further discussion about that, because we're not if the building's not growing, but we're able to put 3 to 5 more units on it. I see that as a big plus. So I feel like this project can be improved. And I'm only sorry I wasn't here for the design review to have been able to give feedback. But I think that the building that you guys saw then was improved upon, but I think there's still improvements to be made on this one.
We actually did give that density feedback. It's in the minutes. I gave it the same thing. So, this is what came back.
Well, I think that they modeled a couple others. So I guess it's a question really for staff of where they're at in terms, I mean, we've approved in greater density, and are we rolling that back? And
No, we're not rolling it back, but it is a discretionary request on the part of the city council. So this is seeking a 35% density bonus, which is the max allowed by our code, other than a higher density bonus, which could be granted by council. And it's just that discretionary question, whether or not the council would be willing to support that. The trade-off again is that you get more units within the same envelope, and by nature that you're getting more units, they're smaller by design, or are they more affordable? So,
yeah, I mean, I think affordable 3-bedroom is not going to feel very affordable to.
Though this is unique because they can park. Usually the limiting factor is the parking. So that's the thing that makes
Right, they
this
have the
really
space.
unusual.
Okay, so when I look at this project, I think that the rooftop deck is beneficial, and I think it adds a lot to the building. So I can justify that added height. On top of that, when you look at the corner condition, I think that the building actually becomes less interesting if you were to drop that element down, regardless of whether or not the roof deck is there. So I'd be in favor of the waiver for the additional height. I think two things for me. I think making sure the stair towers are at 68 feet, and then just having the top hat kind of being above, or doing the entire tower at 73. I don't know which one I prefer of those, but maybe the first one, just because I think having the massive element might take away. Design-wise, I like the improvements that you made since the last time. I think the corner condition is really successful, and I think that, like other commissioners have said, I think that the gray cladding around the tower, I think, pulls it down, so to speak. So I almost wish that the paneling would go the entire tower, extend the entire tower. The building kind of feels heavy overall, so that tower is kind of the one balancing element that can balance out the rest of the design. I also think that the window sizes, I think, could maybe be a little bit different on the tower. I think maybe having a different window sizes for the 5th and 6th levels compared to the 3rd and 4th levels, something that kind of breaks the repetitive pattern going up that tower, I think might look good. As far as the rest of the building, I think I understand the aesthetic that you're going for with the modern horizontal elements and the metal balconies. I just wonder if the building would be more dynamic with multiple balconies instead of one singular. I think in one case it wraps around the entire unit. So it doesn't necessarily mean that I'd want 3 balconies sticking out, but maybe visually or architecturally, there's a way to make it look like multiple elements, or possibly change the railing design for certain units. So, the 3rd and 4th floor maybe have a different design than on the other side. The only kind of description that I could think of is it kind of gives cruise ship vibes, just in terms of the really long balconies. So yeah, I think that was it. I think for me, we've done with other projects, I think we've wanted to see it a second time. I don't know what the other commissioners would feel about that. I think for me, the tower is the one kind of modification, you could say, and the railings, I think. But other than that, I think the updates are really successful.
Great. So I also met with the architect today. but we didn't discuss anything that we're not going to discuss here. Just walked us through the project. So I think just the tower, which people are focused on, and the reason it's focused on, because I think it's a tough thing to pull off. And there's two sides of it. I do think that there's a risk of it looking like an airport traffic control tower or I'm thinking like prison tower, if it's, if it is. And so I understand what you're trying to do and how you're trying to break it up. I don't know that this is the most successful way of doing it, because that transition between at the top, where you go from the grade to the wood, just feels a little forced and awkward. I think down below where you've got things that are cutting through it, and these, the eaves or whatever it is, where it's breaking up that verticality, are very successful. And so, again, kind of wondering whether there's a way of carrying that up. And maybe that gives you a more natural way of breaking it up. But I completely understand the dilemma. And I don't know that going to all wood will necessarily solve it. And I don't think we can say with any certainty until we saw it. I think what we're not really recognizing when we're looking at that conceptual rendering A1G is the setback between the two buildings that you really do see from the title sheet. Sorry, not the setback, but the recess, and that those two elements are on two different planes, right? And for me, so when you look at the title sheet, like, it really does break it up. And whether it's the title sheet you want to look at or yeah, I guess we're going to stick with the title sheet. So I think because of that, and when you look at that, the floor plan on A3D, it really gives you a sense of how those two kind of halves of that whole elevation are articulated. And then you've got that staircase that's even further recessed and provides the space between them. So I think it's a function partly of just the way that you chose to, I think you really hurt yourself. I think it's a perspective, because you're not going to be standing there just staring at that kind of one corner the whole time. You're going to be walking up or down or driving or whatever. And so it's like that one moment in time, which is your worst section, you chose to really highlight. And I think you did yourself a disservice. I'm not as concerned about it. I do think that there are, I do think that the back needs to, I think there's some easy ways for you guys to dress up the back. And I think that's something that has been pretty consistent. Again, I think on that right elevation, I think when you look at A4B, you really are seeing how that's broken up. The balconies on the right don't go all the way across. I think it is nice to be able to utilize all that space. I do agree with Ronit that I wonder, if those bands are too close together, it's going to feel very solid and very bulky, and perhaps there's a way of lightening it up. I think when you come to, if you come to City Council, if you showed this against many of the other buildings, residential buildings going up and down El Camino, it very much is in line with everything else that's being built right now. And I think fits very well within that corridor. And so the only thing that I would ask, again, because for me, it's about being transparent and fair across all the different projects, is what were the elevator tower heights on 4846, 4856, and 4880? Because it seems to me that, whatever they were able to achieve, we should be able to achieve here. And as long as that's consistent across those projects, which are all the projects that we've recently approved, this, in my mind, should be no different. But overall, and I will say that while I'm indifferent, I'm indifferent on the unit size. And the reason I say that is because I actually live in 960. And when I was trying to find a place, like, it's impossible to find, there's not very many 3 or 4 bedroom places. There's a lot of 1 and 2 bedroom places being built. And so this provides some variability in the product that's being delivered. And it should really be up to the developer and where they see the market going, and not dictated by us. And so that being said, I would support it either way. I think because, as Phoebe mentioned, it's usually parking that's the gating factor. But here it's overparked, and so it doesn't really become the factor, and they have the ability to do it. And if they can do it within the same envelope, to me, that's something that I would support. But I also see, just having been in the market, the need for these larger units as well. So to me, that's really up to the developer. And I do agree with Commissioner Bodnar about the additional landscaping along Jordan, with more trees and things like that to break up the scale, because that is because we were on a corner and it is such a prevalent view that you have. I think it also would be very beneficial for the project to help break down the mass. But for me, like the superstructure architecture, I think you see it throughout. I think we approved a project like that in downtown that wasn't too dissimilar.
Yeah.
And it doesn't bother me personally. It doesn't bother as much. I don't really feel. I think you've done a very good job with all the articulation, breaking it down the masses. And I do think that one rendering is hurting you, and the railings are problematic and could be easily addressed.
So I was listening, and I've come up with 5 items that we have been talking about. One is addressing the aesthetics of that front tower. The other is addressing the railing and its actual character, the landscape along Jordan, the density relative to more units in the same volume, and extending the use of wood for more of a residential character. Is there anything that I didn't pick up on these? And,
Well, I just think that rear elevation.
good point.
And then I also have that there was a comment about the window sizes on the tower, breaking up those so that they're less repetitive in nature.
I think that was one commissioner's comment, but the ones I was focusing on, not to diminish that in any way, were ones that were repetitive along the counter, along the dais.
Yeah, I will say one more thing, just as I'm looking at the material board, which is the same comment that I had for the project that came before us in downtown, in that I think between the stone and the color of the stucco or the plaster, there needs to be more kind of, it just looks very similar, and there needs to be more variation. And I do personally, and I don't know if anyone else here feels the same way, but similar to the stone that was done on 960, where there's just a lot more variation in the texture, as opposed to more of a flat surface, which doesn't contradict the plaster surface as much. I don't know if there's support for that comment or not, but.
I would support that.
So the question is, where do we go from here relative to the application?
My strong preference would be to see it again. I think between all the 5 things you mentioned, they're all significant. It will.
Do you want to float a motion?
Does
Would you have a comment, Jeff?
If I may.
You may.
I mean, I think I heard the same, similar comments. I believe that we can address these comments, in between now and a city council hearing. I'm certainly happy to discuss the density, if that's appropriate at this time. Our goal would be to get a recommendation to move forward with the project as is, with the conditions that have been laid out, but perhaps with your thoughts tagging along with it around density. And we have worked on alternatives both with 24 and 28 units within the same, basically, volume of building, which would allow us another incentive, which we would not be requesting. And so it's really kind of at the pleasure of the council at that point, if we address it that way. But I'm confident that we can make the appropriate building adjustments to satisfy your comments without necessarily returning.
Just so we know, when would we be able to take another look at it?
The next meeting is August the 15th, so 2 weeks from this evening. We can come back if the applicant, it sounds like the applicant can make the adjustments and get that ready.
And city council is not meeting in August?
There's an August.
They are meeting August the 27th.
Oh, was the 13th canceled?
It was.
I got so lucky. That's the one I was covering.
You just got to push down to the next one.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was going to say, if I can, I mean, I think the design comments were fairly consistent across everyone, and so again, I think it's potentially up to the applicant. It sounds like they've sort of wrestled with options around density, and we're not really the ones that determine that. So I think the most important thing to bring back to us to see is the design tweaks that, at least that's what I'm hearing, is if we see that just the design tweaks to make this feel a little bit more residential, mute the super banding, which is a great term, then I think sounds like we would be good with that.
So you're saying not come back to us before?
No, I'm saying if they
come back,
do come back in 2 weeks with the design tweaks, they can decide what they take in terms of density to council, because we're not going to be making that decision anyway.
Is the
Although
calendar
I think you would
open?
want to review any changes to the density, so you're making a recommendation to council on that particular project. Plus, we want to make sure that we get it noticed appropriately, so the community is aware of what is being taken through the process and being evaluated.
I feel like if we're being consistent and sending things to council versus asking people to come back, and thinking about the last few times we've asked people to come back, it's when we've had this sort of many issues we want them to work on. And I think, it's very likely they will do like 50 to 95% of what we want. And so to make sure that then we give our final comments so that when we get to council, we really are close to a superior product.
So I'm just going to ask one question, which is to the applicant. And do you think that you could make these changes in the next 2 weeks? And
Well, he doesn't have
Or
2
1
weeks
week, I
because
guess.
there's the noticing issues.
Well, not, I thought if you continued to a date certain, you didn't have to
They just-
Well,
notice.
I'm waiting for John.
Yeah.
Ask John how long he needs the package before.
Depends when you need the package.
The packet would go out the Thursday before the planning commission meeting, so that would be next
A week
next
from
Thursday,
today.
Friday.
8th.
The answer is yes.
He says yes, and Jeff says, oh, my God.
And thank you. And I would like to ask a question about the density, just to clarify, and I really appreciated everybody bringing it up, and I see a little bit of a different opinion, which is great. So yes, it is true, we did a simulation. We have it completed within the same envelope for a building that offers 28 units. We'll be able to offer 6 BMRs instead 4. We have 1 and 2 and 3 bedrooms in that mix. So parking is perfect. We're not asking for anything else. We're not asking for incentives or waivers or anything else. So the question is, should we come back on the 15th and show you our simulation that we have, it, or you want city council to look at them?
Ernie, this is your baby.
I mean,
Hold on, let John.
I would recommend that you encourage him to bring that back if that's how he would like to bring forward an alternate project that the city council could evaluate. I think it's important for you to give your recommendation as the planning commission on to the city council for those projects.
Do we have consensus on the dais?
I agree with that. I don't know what city council's going to do and how they're going to review it, but I think whatever goes to them should be the project that you want to move forward with.
Right. I mean, we wanted to kind of have planning commission to weigh in and give their opinion if we do something right or wrong, or, just.
So,
If you wanted a straw poll as to whether.
Right. I
wait,
think
can I
Alex's
ask a
point is
question for
good.
clarification, though? Because you just said your option for 28 is 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. But this option we've looked at is 3 and 4 bedrooms only.
Yes.
So you'd be eliminating the 4 bedrooms.
Correct.
And going to 1, 2, and 3.
Correct. We have an option for 28, and we'll have an option for 24. Both of them, they have a combination of 1 and 2s. And I think that the most efficient one where we can fully park, it's 28. And it gives the city 2 more BMRs. Instead 4 will be 6. So we just believe that because everybody's looking for smaller units, then we will have in this building 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms on that option. So we'll have a flavor of everything, so that might help, But if city council will decide that they don't want that option, it's always the 21 in place, so.
I'm just curious, is there a reason you favored the 21? That you wanted to move forward?
Oh, no,
with that?
I'm not favoring the 21. 21 is something that it's by the book, by the code, and it meets the requirements.
Right.
It's on menu at 30.
It's on menu.
Yeah.
It doesn't increase the density. Obviously, when we go to 28 units, our density is going to jump from 35 to 80.
Yeah, I think I misheard you. I
So-
thought you preferred the 21. I probably misheard you.
We are okay either way.
I see.
I think the benefit for the city will be like when we go from 4 to 6. City picks up 2 more units in the same envelope of a building.
Yeah.
And we are not asking for incentive or waivers.
I see.
So we're thinking that
That's pretty big.
if that works, then everybody benefits out of the project.
Yeah.
And we want planning to weigh in just to tell us, maybe next time on the 15, if it's a good idea, and if you
want a
would
straw
recommend.
poll?
If you'd like a straw poll
Tonight.
of planning commission and our view on it, we're happy to do that. Again, we don't, you know, I don't know what will happen at city council, but whatever goes to city council should be, you know, should be the project that is being.
But I
that
think
we've all
Marcy is asking, he wants to know if we would recommend it.
Yeah, so if you want to take a straw poll.
So I just want to make one statement. I'm happy, and you, just to be absolutely sure, so you said it would, the 28 units has 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms.
Correct.
Because I think having some 3 bedrooms is important.
Yes.
For diversity in the town.
Correct.
So, okay. All right.
And then, obviously, since we had this exercise before in a previous project where we had
Yeah.
planning and city council going and reviewing this,
Mm-hmm.
right? We went from 35 to 50.
Yeah.
And then things changed later. We would like to understand where we are, because obviously, we are not in any position to go currently with a 28 unit in front of city council, considering their direction that was given to us. So that's the point. We will go with 21, and we would like to go with 21. We will put the option in front of city council for 28. If they don't like it, we will be able to scale it back and just keep our current project.
Okay, so can we,
Can I ask John a question?
Sure.
So does that mean if we look at, so they make the design changes, the footprint's the same, so, you know, they do whatever. And then we review an option for 28. If we're comfortable with design changes, we could potentially be comfortable with both 21 and 28. And then those have both been reviewed by planning, and then you are actually able to present those both as reviewed options.
Correct.
Right.
Does that work for
That
everybody?
works, or you could say, we really feel strongly that for the benefit of the additional.
Or the 2
affordable
additional,
units,
we
we're
could
getting
recommend
a
one
mix.
or the other,
Right.
right? Yeah, okay.
okay.
Yep.
So is there anyone that would not be in favor of
Evaluating.
the 28 unit option that's at above 35% density bonus? There you go.
There you
go. Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
So we would
So we're
like to
gonna
get a
continue to
motion
a
to
date
continue
certain.
to, I think,
Wanna make a
August
motion?
15th.
I move that we continue application D19-0002, CUP 19-0001, and TM 19-002 to a date certain, which is August the
15th?
15th of this year.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Cool.
All right. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
All right.
You really had to go.
Yeah, right.
John, do we have the ability to limit
Heard my name. Yeah.
Yes. They'll probably ask us. I think it's
Yeah, I didn't really have much notes on it. It was just these main two. Well, this guy should be very happy. You might get 7 more units.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Higher density.
Yeah. Yeah.
The delta is 35 to, did you say 80%?
I think so, yeah.
It's more than doubling.
I know. It might be.
I'm sure you can lay it out.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see it regardless.
Yeah, I mean, sorry I missed the session, but yeah, dramatic improvement for the first.
Yeah, the first one.
That's shocking.
Yeah, the first one was very office building. Yeah, it kind of shocked us all. It was very kind of. This is much more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy with this in one sense, it's sort of contemporary, kind of architecture, right?
Definitely.
The architecture.
Rolf?
The first project we saw tonight.
Yeah. Definitely. Very contemporary. Yeah. I wonder though how it's gonna evolve. That specific one.
All right. We're going to start
I
on
think I've heard of that.
the discussion around the OA district conditional use determination.
Thank you very much, Chair Samek, members of the Planning Commission. We have for you this evening a question, and the question for you to consider is an animal clinic of the same general character of conditional uses that are found in the OA zone district. If you look at our chapter 050, the OA zone district, and the list of conditional uses, an animal clinic isn't listed amongst the uses that require a conditional use permit, but there is a provision in that section that says uses that are the same general character determined by the commission may come forward with a use permit for consideration. So that's the question this evening to our planning commissioners. Do you consider an animal clinic for the OA zone district within that realm of uses that are considered through the use permit process? You're not considering the use permit specifically this evening. If you agree that that is within the realm of something you can consider, the applicants will come back in the future, apply for a use permit, and we'll get that use permit in front of the Planning Commission for consideration. So that's it for staff's report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Okay. So I guess we have an applicant?
Do we have public?
Do we have?
Public comment? I don't know if we have an applicant specific. We do.
The map that shows the OA district.
Yeah, got it.
Don't have one at the hand, but it runs along the San Antonio corridor from about First Street down to, well, just to the south here of City Hall on the eastern side of San Antonio.
And then I think
City Hall site.
I think that the Altos Oaks, that's one, and then there's like more by the CT. There's a couple scattered.
Yeah, there's a couple others
yeah,
scattered
there's a couple
throughout the
here and
city.
there. Okay.
Abigail?
Your applicant is really Paris, but she's given me her power of attorney. That was one of the funnest letters I think I've ever put in front of you. Please excuse the humor because this is really a serious issue. For more than 60 years, the veterinary clinic that I'm referring to has existed in Los Altos. Over 30 years ago, it was purchased by Dr. Glenn Eckert. Dr. Eckert and his wife live here locally, as does his young partner, Melissa, and her doctor husband, raising their children here as well. It just seems incredible to me that whether you have 2 legs or 4 legs, when what's done in the clinic is the same. They dispense medicine. They meet the requirements of all the same kinds of things. And frankly, kids in fur coats deserve good care. And we need them downtown. And interestingly enough, Melissa's husband made a comment to me today. We're the town with the pet parade. We should be the town with a veterinary clinic. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Public comment?
Dr. Eckert, everybody here is part of this group.
Why don't we open it up for, I guess you can talk under public comment, right? So we'll open up for public comment. If you could,
But Abby was public comment, right?
no, she's the applicant.
Oh, you're the applicant?
Yes.
I thought your letter was, anyway.
Well, according
I'm still
to,
Paris. Oh, Paris. Was the applicant.
so I think you'll
So
have
confused.
3 minutes. If you could just fill out a comment card afterwards, that'd be great. But go ahead and state your name and.
You bet. I'm Glenn Eckert. Yeah, I've been there 30 years, and 30 years before that, it was Kindness Pet Hospital. We renamed it. We're still kind, but we're not a hospital. That may be a distinction without much of a difference, but in my world, the clinic closes at 6 p.m. Everybody goes home. There's no animals there overnight. And, you know, an animal hospital, I think about somebody who's hooked up with animal rescues and animal control. There's certainly places I wouldn't want to be, that I've worked in, that I wouldn't recommend go into that space. But we are pretty much like your dermatologist or something like that. We don't do major surgeries. We don't keep them overnight. We got 4,500 clients that are all pretty happy. About 2/3 of those live inside the city. I got 8 employees who are going to be out of a job. So we're kind of in the 4th quarter, and it's 4th and long right now. We'd love to get a nod that we could get into the space just across San Antonio where Wells Fargo Mortgage is. We'd move from an existing property to another existing property. We wouldn't change the trim. There would be no banding. We're easy to work with. We get along to go along. Frankly, I've outgrown the place. And frankly, First Street's kind of outgrown us. So we're eager to stay in town. But a lot of my clients wouldn't cotton to the idea of driving over to El Camino. They like the village. Okay? So I'm hoping we can keep it going for another 30 years. Here she is. Melissa.
Thank you. Would you like to speak for 3 minutes as well? Okay.
Thanks for taking my comment. My name's Melissa Neal. It's my first time at a planning commission meeting. Thanks for having us. I just want to say I've been living in Los Altos since 2010. My husband grew up in the house that we live in now. I love being a resident of Los Altos, and the Los Altos Veterinary Clinic is a wonderful piece of Los Altos that has served the community for such a long time. All of my friends, all of their friends have all known Dr. Eckert and brought their animals to him for years and years. With the redevelopment of First Street, the clinic is forced to move, and we're trying to find a new location for it. It's been very, very difficult. Some of the things I heard earlier, just with commercial property in Los Altos, is getting smaller and smaller, and finding a space for an animal clinic is getting more and more difficult. As you can see in some of the stuff that's written here, the districts that we're allowed to be in and where we can go. And if you really look at that and where it would be reasonable to put a clinic, it makes it very difficult for us. So having the OA designation open to us would open up a lot of opportunities that would allow us to move to a new space that would be larger and yet still be downtown in Los Altos to serve all these wonderful dogs and cats that have been served for so many years.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And since it is your first time, there are these speaker cards right outside of those glass doors. And if you, just before you leave, if you would fill them out and get me out of trouble, I'd appreciate it.
Here comes the speaker card. Bless you.
Good evening. My name's Tom Smith, and I'm a commercial real estate broker that has been working alongside Abby and the Eckerts and Dr. Neal to locate a suitable location to relocate to. And since the name of the clinic is Los Altos Animal Clinic, we really need to stay in Los Altos. And so if you would allow the OA zone to open up to an animal clinic, that would be great. And just in the spirit of we really want to stay here, would just be just look long and hard at our conditional use permit and the great service that we provide. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with no more speaker cards, close public comment and open up for discussion.
Want me to start?
Sure.
Yeah. So I just want to take this to the level of what we're being requested to do, which is recommend to find that animal clinic and animal hospital are of the same general, how is it worded, John? Same general uses.
Character.
Same general
as other
character,
conditional uses.
yes, as the other conditional uses in the OA zone. And I absolutely agree.
So do I.
So do I.
Yep.
Likewise, yes.
Same. I agree.
Great.
Chris is going to be so happy.
But you still have to
so-
go through the process. Don't get too excited yet.
So, unlike the other zone where the some member of the public came up and took them, I don't know how many years and tens of thousands of dollars to get that approved. Glad that hopefully this will go a little smoother. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
It's right in line with what we did for state and Maine, is recognizing an economic climate that has changed, and our code needs to flex with it when it can.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you need as an action, John?
I think the motion, if somebody could second that.
Right. So, the motion is that we found it to be of the same general character, and therefore we recommend approval of amendments to zoning codes chapters 14.78 and 14.80 to the city council, subject to the listed.
Oh, you're not recommending anything, you're just saying that you find it of the same general character, so that. opens the
So
door.
once we've done that, that doesn't even have
They
to
come
go to
back.
them.
Oh, yeah.
And then they
the
come
use
back
permit
with the,
comes
right.
to you for
Okay, so we
consideration.
all unanimously agree that it's of the same general
And
character.
I'll
That's the motion.
second that.
Yes.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners' reports and comments?
Well, I was at the city council meeting that went to after midnight.
1:30.
Yes, of course, I weakened out. I only left at 12:30. 12:45.
Do members of the public even, I mean, what's
Well,
the
so the-
threshold
the,
for actually?
The reason it took that long is it took 6 hours to go through the cell phone node issue, and the poor group, architects and designers and contractors who were waiting for the Hillview contract to be awarded were the second item of that, and perhaps maybe could have been better served if they had changed the order of the agenda, but that did not happen. And the Hillview for our interest, the Hillview Community Center contract was released for signature with the city manager, and they took a certain number of the base bid came in, and they took a few of the alternates that were accepted, but most of them were not, so it's where it's going to be. And the guy who is the contractor said he was going to get the shovel out within the next 3 weeks or so. It was, he had to mobilize his stuff, but he was ready to go. So pretty soon, we're going to see if
Just one shovel.
more, he said shovels.
Did they end up with the metal?
They did not. That was one of the alternates they did not take, because although it was pointed out that was, one of the city councilors pointed out that it was more, it was a very good thing to do for a number of reasons. It was, the cost-benefit ratio was difficult for the other council members to accept.
Whatever happened also with the fire circle, like.
They worked that out. That was, the building permit is approved, so they have figured
With
out
the
how to.
basketball, I mean, it was like going to take.
It was.
Show the plan.
They
No
didn't show,
plans
there were no
okay.
plans. They were only talking about the release of the construction contract following the bid.
Okay, any others? Potential future agenda items?
Oh, I had one.
Verizon, for your meeting on August the 15th, now we have 4898 El Camino Real that's going to be coming back to you with the modifications. The city council at its meeting on August the 27th is going to be considering the amendment to the R3 4.5 multifamily zone district. That's a set of zoning changes that you've made a recommendation on. Likewise, the council is going to be taking a look at your recommendation regarding downtown use changes for the CRS zone district. And again, that's on August the 27th. Then we move into September, and at your first meeting in September, you have the multifamily condominium project coming before you for consideration at 5150 El Camino Real. That's a rather large project, so we expect that'll be taking up a majority of your meeting that evening. So we've kept it just to that one item that evening. City Council on September the 10th.
Excuse me, John, that's the 4th of September?
That is the 5th of September.
5th of September, sorry.
The council's first meeting in September on the 10th, they're going to be considering a story pole exception request for a project at 4350 El Camino Real. That's when you've held a study session on some months ago. Those applicants have submitted that request in. And then that takes us to your second meeting in September, which is on the 19th. And we tentatively have scheduled a review of the new mixed-use building at 999 Fremont Avenue, the Loyola Corners area, a new two-story mixed-use building with 3 units, and on the third floor, and 1,500 square feet of commercial area on the first floor. And then we also have some proposed amendments to the planning process that you've looked at before. Council asked for some modifications to that, so that'll be coming back. And that takes us then to the end of September, the council meeting on the 24th. If things continue to move forward with with Mirch's project at 4898, that's slated for consideration by council at that meeting on the 24th of September. So that's the horizon so far.
Who is the representative on that city council meeting?
That would be
Phoebe.
That's what I was wondering. I had it here on my calendar. It says city council. Usually that means I have a reason to be there. Just checking.
And our meeting with city council is.
That usually takes place, as I recall, in October. So we'll keep you posted when we hear from the city clerk's office on the dates for those meetings.
Great.
Please have the city clerk pay attention to the Jewish high holidays, which are coming in that month, if they're going to try and set up a joint meeting.
We'll
you.
pass that on.
And then we still talk about, I guess, future agenda items or potential future agenda items to talk to city council about. We still talk about parking being a problem in downtown. I think a while ago I talked about looking at the kind of parking along first, second, third between State and Edith. Because those are not, there's no 2-hour parking, there's all that residential there, and people just park there for days, and it's taking parking that can be, we're basically subsidizing residential parking.
Okay.
And if. city
Well,
council
isn't that
wants-
part of our low-hanging parking analysis fruit thing that we keep bringing up?
It was, yes.
Yeah, but
That disappeared into a black hole.
maybe we
Well,
can.
we can, maybe we'll pull it out of the black hole
Yeah.
for this one.
Maybe we can revisit. So I just wanted to bring that up again as we're getting closer to.
Yeah, well, I think as our public, or actually our engineering department gets staffed up, that will be something that can kind of begin moving forward on their list of projects to work on.
Cool.
Great. Anything else?
I have something.
Sure. Do you want to come up to the mic, just so,
For the people at home.
for the
as they
people
say.
at home?
Anita Enander, City Council member. Since you all send someone to each of our meetings, I want to point out that the City Council has scheduled an extra meeting in each of September and October because of the large calendar that we have of things to do. So we actually have meetings scheduled for September 3rd, which may not be on your schedule, and on October 1st. So you might.
And the
need-
September 3rd one is,
so in September, it's the 3rd, the 10th, and the 24th. Those are the 3 meetings in September currently scheduled. And in October, it's the 1st, the 8th, and the 22nd. Might want to adjust your.
so do we need Yvonne to play with the calendar?
Yeah, we
October
do.
8th is Erev Yom Kippur.
A reason that at least 2 of the council people will not, 2 of the commissioners will not be there.
Right.
That's why I
John,
pointed it out.
Can we have you take that as an action to Yvonne to
Update this.
update this
Yes.
based on city council calendar? Yeah, thank you.
Great. We're adjourned.
We used to have an African-American administrative assistant. 1 year she scheduled a planning commission on Yom Kippur. And at that time, 3 of the.
We're sitting here for 3.5 hours, just so I could say something.
Of the commissioners. There was
Yeah.
Good night.
So what you do is you leave this out here, because you want to look at it again, if something else comes back, you don't put it in there. You put it in a safe place.
All right, that's all recent.
Seeing you.
Yeah, continue too.